I never hate my race, but until recently I didn't know history class was jacked completely. Found my new family with the team going free. My old family doesn't understand me, cause I am so pro-white. No coke, no Sprite, I am rolling with the public, gonna be more white. I saw them twist history right before my very eyes. Insurrection Day, it's in the book and it's all lies. But now I am alive and well to tell it. But will generations down the line be able to sell it? I've always been a thinker on the search for both sides, but they label me an outcast and they cannot tell me why. Guess I'm just a black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. Why does affirmative action make them not hire me? Even in the countries where I'm the minority. Is my race just that awesome and no other could compete? Is that what the anti-whites are trying to tell me? Why am I always seen as such a threat? To the point they wanna strip me down till there's nothing left. Old friends from high school, man, I haven't kept one, but I got a new crew and it's where I belong. Cause if you ain't going free, you ain't rolling with me. And there are even anti-whites in my own family. But I am the one who's comfortable with myself. I try to save them from the hate so wildly raising hell. Cause I'm the black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. Scotland is too white, is Nigeria too black? Don't get your panties in a bunch, cause I have the right to ask. See, I'm the black sheep, cause I call it hypocrisy. And the media will give you emotions, but they will not give you honesty. Yeah, you have your feelings, but I have the crime rate. And I'ma shoot to kill if there's a danger my way. So I do not blame the cops, just the ones who are cowards, who hesitate to pull the trigger unless it is one of ours. Cause he's a black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. So I put my people to death.
And we are rolling in. Can everybody hear me okay? It's great to see everybody who's decided to join us tonight on this, one of the luckiest nights of your life, because you're with me. The only thing that would make this better is a headboard. How's everybody doing? There's the great Yiz, the unifier, champion among champions. Great to see you, sister. Shelly is here. Great to see you. Azumuth Clark. Great to see you, brother. In fact, we're going to read. I think we'll get to some folks' comments tonight, and some of the things we didn't get to on Sunday. But we want to get to this news because big things are happening. What have you all heard? I want to hear your thoughts. Why is Tucker Carlson out? Does Don Lemon his outing, his ousting? Does that have anything to do with it? Is there a bigger picture here? Maybe as Crowder might be saying, at least that's what Kate tells me Crowder is saying. St. Andrew is here. Great to see you. Cool Papa J Magic. Anna is here. Great to see you, sister. Please let your friends know that we are together and that we will be breaking some things down for the time that we are together today. I had a whiff of some freshly cut grass. And by grass, I mean yard, lawn. And it's amazing how powerful the olfactory system is for a human being. When, generally speaking, how many odors, aromas, whether they are malodorous or aromatic, whatever they are, that there are so few that we can detect relative to what we can detect with our other senses. And yet, those memories are some of the most powerful. And perhaps that's appropriate, given that the range is so narrow. But I am always just so forcibly reminded of football, American football, of course, not that homosexual football that's called soccer in America. And so it just hits me. I'm transported back in time to the field, to the gridiron, to those 2 and 3 a day practices, and being out there in the extraordinary heat, it's 100 degrees, 95 degrees. It's 15, 20 degrees hotter inside the uniform. And the camaraderie and the pain and the rage and the execution of plays and on. It was just brings me right back. Lying in the grass, doing exercises, calisthenics, stretches before practices, before games, and tackling someone or being tackled, and the smell of the grass entering up through the face mask along with pieces of grass in the mud. It's an amazing thing. There's also for me the smell of pre-dawn, pitch black, dead of winter. There is a particular smell that when it's just right, it forcibly reminds me of service to Uncle Sam. And that is what it is. But it's amazing. Does anybody else have this experience that there's a particular smell that will transport you somewhere? Maybe it's the smell of apple pie and it's mom or grandmother making the apple pie, or maybe, who knows? What is it? Does anybody else have an experience? Jason, smoking weed? Say it ain't so. No, my friend. No. Tucker ain't anti-white enough, says Azimuth Clark. That's right. But in an interesting way, because Tucker will say things that he's not white sympathetic whatsoever. I'm convinced by, over the years, statements that he has made, despite saying this is anti-white or that is anti-white, despite saying those from time to time, I'm pretty well convinced that he's not the least bit white sympathetic. But he does get in the way of anti-whiteism, which means he's not anti-white enough. And Azimuth Clark is 100% correct. He does occasionally get in the way of anti-whiteism. He got in the way of anti-whiteism with COVID. He got in the way of anti-whiteism on Patriots Day. He got into the way of anti-whiteism with the election that was totally not faked. Not even a single vote was faked when Biden, the corpse in chief, became president after running his campaign in his basement. He got in the way of anti-whiteism there. He's gotten in the way of anti-whiteism a number of times. And of course, that angers, infuriates, enrages anti-whites. And you know that that's the case. And it's anti-whites of all stripes, anti-white light to fanatical, kill the white race today anti-white types. You know that that's the case because you see them celebrating today. You see them just out of their minds with joy, even when they are reporters, even when they're supposed to be journalists. Journalists, if in a parallel universe, we know in the real world, so we're not your like basic bitch conservative here or Republican voter where you say, oh, it's supposed to be in the fairy tale in which I live my life in the nursery room that I believe the world to be. Journalists are supposed to have integrity and just report the facts on the ground as they see them, and then I will make up my mind. Shut up. Shut up already. That's never happened. Stop being such a baby. Stop being such a daisy. Stop being such a little girl. And that's Grossman would freak out at that statement, wouldn't she? Abby Grossman, you would be pissed, wouldn't you? Because I just said they stop acting like a little girl. Journalists, though, are of course across the West radically anti-white. That's where they begin. I mean, I guess they could be anti-white light, but the orders that they receive, it's all anti-white in the end. And that's what matters for anti-whites. And so you reveal yet again that reality of the world. Oh, Jason, you're such a cynic. It's so true. It's so true. Take off your bib. Take the pacifier out of your mouth. You're 45. You're built like a hippopotamus. Stop acting like we live in some fairy tale. This is the reality of the world. And the journalists are showing you that reality. Everywhere they're celebrating, they should be very concerned about, is this an encroachment on free speech, on the ability to report? I mean, Tucker Carlson, the biggest audience in all of cable television, and he said things that so many others would not say, and now he's suddenly and abruptly fired. That should be sending a chill if there was actual journalism, but there isn't. So that's why they're celebrating. Tucker was not anti-white enough. And he was, you remember how we examine how people get censored. Like if you have a 5-member audience, you can, on YouTube or Twitter, or maybe not Twitter anymore, I mean, who knows? But you can say the most awful things imaginable. You could talk about how much you love historical events where massive groups of people were wiped out, and then long for and lust for that to happen in the here and now, and nothing would happen to you because no one hears what you're saying. Now, on this sliding scale, this is for smart people. Everybody else, just get out of the classroom already. Everybody else understands. The bigger your audience becomes, the smaller or the less anti-whites will tolerate of you disrupting their agenda. Okay, so this is where it gets a little bit too complicated for a lot of folks. And so then they set upon you. There are exceptions to the formula when those exceptions serve anti-white agenda, or for example, to prove the anti-white narrative. You come here for the answers. You don't come here for the fluff. You come here for the answers. Anna says, no, my God, I'm very curious about why they got rid of Le Mans too, because sexism is one of their classical excuses for things, and I doubt it's the real reason. It's fascinating. It's entirely possible that he is sacrificed to anti-whiteism because he was not anti-white enough. He might have been too pushy. He might have demanded more adulation, more respect, etc., than he was already receiving. And then they throw him to the gallows of anti-whiteism. Do you have any ideas about why they decided to get rid of him? My guess is that they've wanted to get rid of him for a while, and that they heard before it was announced to the public that Tucker was going to be fired. And then they swiftly moved to get rid of him to sort of conceal and not have to talk about that story because of Tucker news being so much bigger. If you would like to financially gift while we're together today, you can do so at Entropy. You can do so at Cash App. You can do so at DLive, and you can do so at Odyssey. You may also tag me as No White Guilt, as Anna has done, because she's smart. And then I will see your comment or question to me, and I will read it. Otherwise, you can jump on over to Entropy and write in the Tall Kevin widget your question or comment, and I will read that as well. We're going to start off with a financial gift from the one and only I Love Jesus Christ. God bless you, sister. I deeply appreciate it. $10 financial gift, and she says $10 for white well-being. And that's what we're doing here. That's how we have to see the world. We have to see it through the lens of the Go Free method or there isn't a hope in hell. And as you can see, perhaps you can see, something big is coming. Something big is coming. As I put up on the thumbnail, they need to silence Tucker for the election. Tucker was going to be the only one, with the exception of Dan Bongino. He probably also would have been willing to report things, as he has in the past, sort of a little further afield than the Republican Party and anti-white oligarchs like things to be reported and shared. And so, oddly enough, he was offered a contract that he could not agree to. And he's trying to play nice. He's trying to say, well, we just couldn't come to an agreement, because he would like to be hired again by them at some point in the future. But when they tell you that here's your new offer and it's so objectionable that you have to walk, imagine that. What did they do to his salary in the offer? What did they take away from him to make him say, no, thank you, I'd rather have nothing? So he's like the lesser known thing. I don't think Lemon has any, is nearly as connected to Tucker as Bongino. I think the story is in Tucker and Bongino. I think it's a bigger issue. I think it's the election and electioneering and the kind of battle that's going to be brought to Donald Trump. And it's going to be extraordinarily unfair, illegal, extraordinarily illegal. And the anti-whites who are gearing up for the election, they have been, but this is where the big, they start turning on all the big wind turbines. They want to get rid of these voices, because damn well and good that little imp Brian Kilmeade, who sat in for Tucker yesterday, isn't going to say anything. He's got a hand firmly up his ass, and he'll say whatever they want him to say, just like everybody else on that network, whatever they want them to say. And so the only two that would have said, can you believe this is happening? They're gone all of a sudden. Now, the human mind has a wonderful talent of going back in time. And I've talked about it before, throwing a dart against a white wall and then painting a target around it. It has a wonderful ability to go backwards and say, well, there was also this, and there was also that. And if you tie all this together, now we got this beautiful target drawn over here. Individual issues could all have played various roles. The question is, what is the ultimate force that pushes its way through and has its will? So did Abby Grossman's claims that there was anti-Semitism, which, by the way, that's thrown around so often, it is a meme pathogen. It's thrown around all the time against white people. And so just throw right back in their face that they're anti-white. If nobody was actually being anti-Jewish, if somebody saying Merry Christmas or something, and then they're, oh my God, it was this anti-Semitic environment, say, you anti-white POS. This has nothing to do with you being Jewish. It has everything to do with you being an anti-white piece of shit. And it also, Abby Grossman talking about, it's anti-female, sexist in there, sexist up in there in Fox. Same thing. Anti-white piece of shit. Thrown around all the time. You can't have the insane thing for white males. This is how insane the world is for us. You can't have women around you or working for you or with you, because that is the kind of power they could just destroy you in a moment. But the law forces it. The societal anti-white norms force it. Your wife is going to bitch at you until you've hired these females. That's how the world is for a white man. Welcome to our Iron Maiden, bitches. So let's get into these. First thing I'm going to look at, a lot of people are a fan of, what's this guy? Is this it? Or is that it? Well, and talking about the gearing up of the political machinery, Biden announces today he is indeed finally, he's running for president, and his entire spiel is destroy MAGA country. MAGA country attempted a coup of the United States on what is rightfully called Patriots Day, and so we have to destroy them. You know, something else that's interesting, was I the only content creator? I know a lot of you in Team White Wellbeing was saying the same thing because we're the heroes in this story. But was I the only big content creator that was saying they're not going to kill him off, they're not going to have him step down, he's perfect, being this doddering old person? Was I the only one? Because I was proven right again. So many folks. And then throughout this term, they kept saying, oh, he's about this, they're going to step him down. He's about, all along. And I said, and I'm right again. Absolutely. They'll keep him as long as his heart will keep beating, because he's the old man. You can't go too hard at him. And have they gone too hard at him? It's always like, this is sad. Would you do this to your father or your grandfather? This is so sad. No, it's not sad. Once again, I'm right. Where's the audience, though? Being right doesn't get you shit. Being right doesn't get you shit. Did anybody else have a smell that they whisks them back to another day, another era, a halcyon time? Lavish is here. Hello, sister. Graybeard is here. Scott is here. Let's see. If you did, make sure you tag me with the smell that takes you, the aroma that takes you back in time. Pierce Taylor is listening, but he says he's at Shapiro speed, which makes me sound, see, if you take me and you like take all the manliness out of me, I sound like Ben Shapiro. And then if you invert reality, a yarmulke appears. Samantha's here. Mrs. J. Horse is here. Well, great to see you two sisters. And there's Elaine Sabatino, another sister. Wonderful to have you. House of Wonders says, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, did Anna come back with a... Anna says, thank you so much for the compliment. You are so welcome. You got to make sure you tag me if you want me to see what you're saying, because otherwise it's just going to fly by. Late night, Mr. P is with us. Great to see you. Says he's new and loves the topic. Well, welcome. Tell your friends about us. It's a big party here. Come on, you can do it. It's just a little hit. Foster's here. All right, a lot of people... looks like a ton of people follow this guy called DC Draino on Twitter. So let's go ahead and have a look at his account really quick, because he has that video of this buck-tooth bitch. And so we'll pull that up. Where is it? Is it there? Oh, I got to get rid of that so I can see it. Here we go. There we are. DC Draino. Have you seen this guy? He's got, let's listen to what the bucktooth
amounts of death. Tucker Carlson is out at Fox News. Couldn't have happened to a better guy.
So far, so good.
What I will say, though, is while I'm very glad that the person that was arguably responsible for some of the largest, driving some of the most amounts of death threats and violence.
All of those are lies. These people don't. It's such a joke. Their claims are such a joke. Like her claim on Patriots Day. They're all just, you find again and again, and it's my opinion, that they've created fictions, they've created lies that comport to the anti-white narrative. And as a consequence of comporting with the anti-white narrative, they have instant credibility. That's, of course, problematic for people who are victims of the anti-white narrative. And then when you peek under the covers of what actually happened, you find out in some cases, well, it was even the exact opposite, or the whole thing was imagined, the whole thing artificial.
And threats, not just to my office, but to plenty of people across the country. I also kind of feel like...
Oh, Franklin says gasoline does smell good. And actually, that's another for me. It's a little weaker than service and football for me. But the smell of two-stroke motors on dirt bikes and four-wheelers, oh my God. As soon as I smell that smell, I am like missiled back to riding dirt bikes and four-wheelers. And that is some of the most fun. Actually, thank you for bringing that to my attention.
I'm like waiting for the cutscene at the end of a Marvel movie after all the credits have rolled. And then you see like the villain's like hand reemerge out to grip over like the end of a building or something.
Over the end of a building. I don't know what she's even saying.
Across the country. I also kind of feel like I'm like waiting for the cutscene at the end of a Marvel movie after all the credits have rolled. And then you see like the villain's like hand reemerge out to grip over like the end of a building or something. But deplatforming works.
Can you believe that? I heard that she said that. I read that she said that. Deplatforming works. So censoring your opposition so that no one can hear them. It is part and parcel of the anti-white playbook. Why, the question is, do they censor? Why do they cut the tongues out of their victims? Because they have lost all of the debate. They have lost the debate on legality, on morality, on ethics. They have lost the debate of fairness. They have lost the debate of philosophy. They can't win the debate anywhere on any sort of a sober and fair, rational ground. And so they resort to cutting the tongue out of your mouth. Hardcore, blatant censorship. And they have done it. If we were to like count incidents of it, it would be greater than Jupiter. But in the anti-white narrative, white people who cared about white people, supposedly we're told, burned some books. And those incidents of burning books is a pebble on earth relative to, even if you were to say and believe that all of those books that were burned in favor of the entire white race, that's still a pebble compared to the Jupiter number of incidents of censorship that anti-whites are responsible for. And so here she says, just openly, now why can they do this now? It's because incrementally their power has grown thus such they control so many nodes of power in the world so that if you object to what they're doing, you have either no redress or one step to redress that is overruled by the very next anti-white node of power. So now they can just openly say, censor them. A person who's in Congress can say, just censor them. It works. Silence them so that no one can hear them yelp in pain. That's what it's all about. We are their victims. That's why we don't say they are our enemy. If you are a child being molested, your molester is your victimizer, because there is no equality of ability to inflict injury. We can't just silence the anti-whites like they can us. Now, she said there something about like waiting for, and she has actual claws, doesn't she? It looks kind of very animalistic, but she's got these like claws. About to pull off the mask. I bet she is a lizard person. Of course, I'm joking. World of Warcraft. I am assuming because she feels like Tucker's going to reemerge somewhere. I don't know. At least not anytime soon, I would think. Because there is... We'll see. I'm thinking there's going to be some sort of issue with maybe contractual issue. If he was abruptly fired, it's not Bongino, where his contract ended and they were like, hey, we'll give you $5 a year. It was like, wow, we can't come to an agreement. Since this ended abruptly, since Tucker seemingly didn't know, or if he knew that there was potentially going to be fired, he didn't know that it was going to happen then. Because I think he said at the end of Friday's broadcast, see you Monday. He wouldn't have said that, I don't think. So he might have known that something was in the works, that something could happen, but he definitely didn't know when. If he has time on his contract remaining, and I haven't dug into it, I don't really care. I'm here for white well-being, to put an end to anti-whiteism for the benefit of everyone of all immutable characteristics across Western civilization. That's why God opened up the heavens and set me down on planet Earth. But if there is time left on his contract and they're going to pay him for it, that probably means that he can't go to work or to go in business doing the same thing until he's done with that agreement and that big pay. But I don't know. I guess we'll see, to be sure.
And it is important. And reemerge out to grip over like the end of a building or something.
Yeah, that's what we do. We grip over the ends of buildings.
But deplatforming works, and it is important. And there you go.
Deplatforming works, and it is important. Cutting the tongues out of your victims so you can't hear them scream. Cutting the vocal cords out of your victims so you can't hear them scream. It works. There you go. This is the mindset. Do you want to continue to play conservative Republican patty cakes with these people? I mean, how much worse are you going to let it get? Now, the opposite, the alternative, is not physical violence, because you've already lost there as well. They control all the levers of physical violence. That's the outburst of a 2-year-old. That's the equivalent of being 2 years old and just lashing out and screaming and throwing yourself on the ground and throwing a tantrum. You can't beat your local police force in physical violence, much less the United States. Could you imagine? China can't beat the United States in physical violence. Russia can't. Iran can't. No one can. But you are going to take on the United States? You're just going to get arrested. Your family is going to have to say goodbye. Some other man is going to come and have sex with your wife while they bend you over and rape you in prison. That's all that's going to end up happening to you. You've got to be smart. Does anybody here remember the meme pathogen about, or the meme curative about this? Does anybody remember? When you are outgunned, you win with brains and die by arms. So let's see what DC Draino has to say. What's his nearly million? I think he's got like, how many people does this guy have? He's got over 750,000 followers. So surely what he's going to have to say is very insightful. He hasn't been shadow banned. It doesn't appear, as yours truly has on Twitter. We'll talk about that some more. At least that's my opinion. That's my conclusion. He says, quote, deplatforming works and is important. Good things can happen, close quote, quoting Horseface here. And then he says, a member of Congress, that's what she is celebrating the silencing of a journalist. Okay, so we know that he is your typical Republican voter now, don't we? Silencing a journalist, it's so unfair and so unethical. We're supposed to be better than that. And being better than that is why every time the Republicans get any sort of control in the government, they always lose. Because they're better than that. They're better than playing outside of the rules. And they'll just play inside the rules and lose the whole time. Way to go, Mayberry moron. Member of Congress is celebrating the silencing of a journalist that she recently requested be silenced. And so did, what's his name? The real rat-faced guy. He said the same thing. It's got to be pulled down right now. Tucker's got to be censored into oblivion right now. Cut his vocal cords. DC Draino then says, this cheap tyrant doesn't look at the language too. Okay, she's a tyrant. You see where this is going. Doesn't realize she's become okay, of course, the fascist she claims to fight. Oh, is she the real fascist? Because DC Draino, is she the real fascist? Are we dealing with they's the real fascists? The Dems are the real fascists. They're the real racists. That's what they are. Guy, you have no balls whatsoever. You typical Republican voting bitch. What else does this guy say? This is pathetic. Let's get on to. Let me just see what else he says really quickly. That's sad. What's he say at the top here? He says, Rogan, something, and then husband, patriot, lawyer, constitutionalist, anti-woke. Well, that makes you a pussy. That's all you are, man. You're anti-woke? Okay, so you're in a coma. Good for you. Folks, you got to stop following this. 750,000 following this. I know it gets worse out there elsewhere. I know there are others that are even worse. And don't look to me and say, well, he's at least better than thus and such. No, we don't have time for that. Don't you see that? We have to use the concepts that defeat the psychological warfare concepts that the psychological warfare operators working for the anti-white oligarchs use against us. There's nothing weird. We don't have to go stand outside of a hotel called Bilderberg and then wonder what they might be thinking. We don't have to do that. We don't walk around like a bunch of lobotomized Republican voters, too scared of even their own shadows. You used to say back in the day that they thought that there was a communist under every bed. No, there's a Republican voter under every bed, hiding from the real world. We've got to use the concepts that defeat these people. We've got to do it proudly. We've got to do it loudly. We've got to get it to the content creators that they haven't silenced yet, because they're coming to cut the vocal cords out of everyone. They are bundling this all up, folks. What does he say here now? Same guy. Oh, I saw this video of, I won't show it here because they'll probably give me a strike for violence. It's just Antifa people getting, and which are anti-white people getting arrested. I wonder if this guy calls them the real fascists. If Fox thought the MAGA base hated them after Brett Baer called Arizona for Biden before calling Florida for Trump, just wait until they see how many people stop watching after they got rid of Tucker. I wish. A lot of people are saying right now that, well, Fox is just dead. Nobody's going to watch them anymore. I wouldn't be so quick to that. people like to just turn their TV on and sit down like slobs, especially after a long day of work. They don't like looking for people on the internet, trying to find them, and waiting for them to start streaming or waiting for their show to be. The vast majority don't. They just want to sit down and turn the TV on. What were they doing before Tucker? Were they all just like staring at charcoal paintings or drawings on stone? They were watching Fox. The same things were probably said, and somebody who paid more attention to it, when O'Reilly was fired and when Glenn Beck was fired. Probably people saying the same stuff. Nobody will watch Fox again. Don't count on it. Let's pull up the Salt guy, and let's see what he had to say about this. The Salt guy.
Everybody is freaking out about this, all right? It's called the ice hack. And this has been
the ice hack. What are you going to, why? I'm just trying to stop your commercial. The ice hack. These things are such horseshit. It's like, look, if you just put ice in this container, you'll get 5 feet taller. It's amazing. I guarantee it. And then there's like no agency that will protect you from this sort of charlatan behavior. And then they try to make this refrigerator look like it's like some normal person's refrigerator, or make sure there's like a half-eaten pizza in there, and make sure they, whatever. Let's just
been on the news a couple times.
What, I clicked
but
it.
They keep taking it down because they know that it's exposing the lies of the weight loss industry.
Lies of the weight loss.
Now, this ice hack is absolutely phenomenal.
If you just take this ice and you shove it up your ass,
so
stop eating.
They can't
because it hurts so bad.
All right, and my grandma gave it a try.
And she didn't shit for weeks.
Word has just come down that Fox News Media and Tucker Carlson have agreed to part ways. Well, thank you for his service to the network and Hustle Fire contribute. Wave.
Of course, these anti-white shrews, these gargoyles, you know, they have perches on the sides of castles. What the hell are they doing down here in a studio?
Come on, folks. Na, 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 na.
Got douche chills from these hyenas over at The View. They keep saying, Tucker Carlson, he's an incitement to violence. Well, you're an incitement to digital monkeypox. How do I cure this? I keep watching these clips. It's my job. I got the best job in the world. But this is one of the worst aspects, having to watch clips.
Let me see what y'all are saying real quickly. White Wolf is here. House of Osborne. Great to see everybody. Oswald says, nice to see you, Noika. It's nice to see you. Nestor. House of Osborne, hey, wouldn't you agree that Spanish people and other Latinos are also white? Well, Spaniards, I guess I could say it this way. White Spaniards are white. It's obvious. They're white people. But like America, there are non-white people with admixtures of white genetic heritages as well. So same in Spain. You can't just pick somebody out of modern Spain, no more than you can pick somebody out of modern UK and say for sure, you know, everybody there is white. Of course not. But yes. Elaine says, I have to reboot. Uh-oh. Roger is here. Hello to you. Let's go ahead and see what Salty is saying. Anna says she's working on a video about this topic. Maybe she says I will find something new. I hope so. I'll be eager to watch it. Griffin is here. Says, howdy, brother. Great to see you. House of Osborne, thank you for not attacking white people. Attacking white people? I don't follow. I attack anti-whites. Those are the only people I attack. Nobody, I don't attack anybody on the base of their birth, on the basis of their birth, just on whether or not they're anti-white. And if you are smart, you will do that too. Everyone, not you particularly. Pierce Taylor says, have you heard from Roy Danton? He hasn't seen him for ages. I haven't, and I hope he's doing well. Oh, he said, House of Osborne says, it's relieving to not be attacked for being white. LOL. I mean it literally. Yeah. I know what you mean. All right, let's see.
From the view. There you go. They're way excited. Super duper excited because Tucker Carlson fired. Super duper sad that Don Lemon was fired. Super duper happy that Tucker Carlson was fired. By the way, these are not remotely the same thing. Don Lemon was a dude who couldn't get 0 ratings despite the fact that CNN is state-run media. It's propaganda, and it was pushed in 24-hour fitnesses. It's in the airport terminals. It's in laundromat. They put that thing everywhere, and Don Lemon still can't get ratings. People are climbing the walls to turn the television off in all of those places. Tucker Carlson on Fox News, highest ratings. He's the only thing worth watching on Fox News' asshole. So firing these two individuals, incredibly different. Don Lemon should have been fired years ago. Tucker Carlson should be given more shows. But anyway, here's the view. They're celebrating this. Like, laws, take that. Evil man is out. He was a threat to democracy. Why?
You know what? Maybe I'm just thinking about this now. Maybe the firing Lemon is a way to distract from Tucker and to distract from Bongino and to distract from the fact that something big is coming. It's not lost upon me. I'll say it now, and I hope it's not lost upon you, that you see the Biden announcing he's running, and you see Bongino and Tucker, the only people at Fox who would have said anything off the range, not because they care about white people, not because they're white sympathetic, but just their personalities. It's kind of like Ted Turner when he was the one who created CNN. They got rid of him because he was a wild card, anti-white, but he could also do things that the anti-whites didn't like. And simultaneously, we see over the past few weeks that my Twitter, we do tests, and people who are following me, followers of my Twitter account, I tweet, they don't get the tweet. It doesn't show up in their notifications. That's the definition of shadow banning. So if people who are following me aren't, and have been following me for a long time, aren't getting my tweets, I mean, who knows what the actual percentage, this sort of maybe shifting percentage to make a shadow banning look real, who knows what it actually is of how many people actually get my tweets, then you know damn well if those folks who follow me aren't getting it, then new people are not seeing it, or a much smaller percentage than would have otherwise been given. So it's that same psychological operation, this East German sort of psychological warfare on those who get in the way of the people who hold the power, the anti-white oligarchs. So it's just like, hey, you know, you're out there and you're just putting yourself out there, and look, I guess just nobody likes you. I guess nobody likes you. Oh no, just like that must be like you all couldn't be screwing with things in the background, right? I mean, this is what's happening across. You knew it was happening before, and now we have the revelation. By the way, Tucker with his interview of Elon Musk, where he says, "Oh my God, the whole thing, you know, totally controlled, shadow banning everything," revealing that probably the anti-white oligarchs didn't like that. They're going to hope people forget that as soon as possible. And it's just the way it just plays out in the digital landscape. That's just naturally what y'all want. That's just naturally what y'all favor. We're not messing with that at all. Horse shit. So Elon Musk's big truth platform, my tweets are not reaching who knows what percentage of people who follow me. And then who knows what percentage of new people, because of some sort of shunting is happening, actually receiving my tweets. But keep you there so it looks like it's fair. And then we have a bunch of people, white sympathetic folks, who have recently, and who knows if this will continue, been permanently banned. Now, some of those people are surely not friends of mine, but some others are. And of their tweets, like James Edwards, for example, or Kevin McDonald, their tweets that I saw never came close to breaking the terms of service of Twitter. Now, if there were others that did, then that's on them. But maybe rather than being banned, permanently deleted, they would have ended up in my state, which is, well, you don't break any of the terms of service. We just won't let anybody know what the you say. How does that sound, Jason? So what did I tell you all about when Musk bought this thing? I said, we have to work because it's only going to be a handful of months before this goes bad. It won't be long before the shadow banning returns and the deplatforming returns, and goddamn right again. So you've got all that going on. Now, what's the thing that's common among all of that? Shadow banning, deplatforming, and cutting the vocal cords out of Tucker Carlson, Dan Bongino. The ability to communicate things that the anti-white oligarchs don't want to be communicated. And the thing that's on the horizon is the election. A guy who's a genuine billionaire and who's brilliant and who's not going to do anything intentionally good for white people, but does push back against anti-whiteism in some respects. That guy's running for president. So if they want to silence people, right as this really begins gearing up and getting steam, then what are they planning on doing that they don't want shared with the population? That's the obvious question. What is it that's coming? What are they going to be doing to Trump that we're going to be getting just the approved milquetoast Republican anti-white sanitized news about? That's what the big issue is. That's what the big what is in my mind.
His rhetoric is evil. Your rhetoric's evil. Your rhetoric is having children mutilate their genitals. Your rhetoric got cops defunded. You are pushing all of the left-wing talking points of the...
What now? This is why somebody like this guy is going to be allowed to have an audience, whereas the secret police, we can call them, they're going to stop us from, or they're going to do their best to prevent us from having an audience. Because listen to what he just says here. What's the problem with these gargoyles at The View?
These two individuals, incredibly different. Don Lemon should have been fired years ago. Tucker Carlson should be given more shows. But anyway, here's The View. They're celebrating this. Like, laws take that. Evil man is out. He was a threat to democracy. Why? His rhetoric is evil. Your rhetoric's evil.
So he stated their argument, threat to democracy, and then he legitimized their argument by saying why. That statement is just a meme pathogen, threat to democracy. It's just like saying he's a white supremacist. He's a Nazi, whatever. It's just part of the mimetic, pathogenic attack on their victims. So then he says why, and then what?
The View, they're celebrating this. Like, laws take that. Evil man is out. He was a threat to democracy. Why? His rhetoric is evil. Your rhetoric's evil. Your rhetoric is having children mutilate their genitals. Your rhetoric...
Okay, that is your rhetoric is having children mutilate their genitals. That fixation on one wart of the problem is weakness in an argument. Why does that matter? Because that's in your head. When you hear it, it's in your head. It's not just this one wart on this anthrax covered and infected patient that you worry about. It's the totality. In this case, the white erasure of our norms and customs.
Got cops defunded. You are...
Okay. Your rhetoric got cops defunded.
We're pushing all of the left-wing talking points of the Communist Manifesto that is destroying.
So it's the Communist Manifesto. We're back to this. This is such retardus argumentation and positioning. It's the commies, don't you know? It's just the commies. Meanwhile, they love being called that. That doesn't unite us as a people. People can change ideologies. A white person, if right now today, the radical individualistic white people, if it gets hot enough, and they thought that they could just say, I'm a commie now, and be set free from the persecution, they would do that.
Inner cities, right? You are the responsible ones for a bunch of black people killed during black.
So I'm going to go ahead and ask, is Salty going to, is he going to bemoan the victimization of white people? Raped, killed, murdered, ostracized, undermined. We could go on and on about everything done to white people. But instead, he invokes the specter of victimized black people as a consequence of leftist ideology or woke ideology. This is why the secret police will allow somebody like this to have an audience.
Black Lives Matter, mostly peaceful summers of love riots.
And then he called the anti-white terroristic attacks on the cities a summer of love. God, this is so fucking painful. It's like having your guts ripped out of you.
Your rhetoric gets cops shot. Your rhetoric gets places.
And it gets cops shot. I guess he feels safe saying that because cops are non-white as well.
Like Portland, to have all of the businesses flee, taxable income destroyed, homelessness.
Economic. This is just pure Republican shilling shit. You can go after, you're hurting my bottom line.
Drug addicts on the rise. Every single one of your talking points is for degeneracy and to destroy our civilization. Tucker Carlson's talking points are in opposition to what you're doing, so you hate him, so you celebrate him being silenced. And it's not an accident, by the way.
Okay, so you see how he just set up the opposition there. Again, the secret police will allow him to have a big audience. The anti-white secret police will allow him to reach folks because this sort of argumentation undermines any sort of resistance, which has to begin in the mind. And so they'll allow him to have an audience. It absolutely cripples it.
Right. That this Tucker Carlson's talking points are in opposition to what you're doing, so you hate him, so you celebrate him being silenced.
So what's actually happening is that Tucker Carlson, who is not white sympathetic, does nonetheless make arguments, present news that makes difficult the efforts of anti-whites to reach their objectives. I will debate anyone. I will humiliate them. And then I'll go and slap their mother around a little bit.
Silence. And it's not an accident, by the way, that this was pumped all over the place. AOC yesterday was screaming, Tucker Carlson's got to be shut down. Fox News needs to get rid of him. So she's celebrating today because she's super excited. Wowzers. Breaking Tucker Carlson is out at Fox. They didn't part ways mutually. He was fired. Right? Tucker Carlson was fired. I'm glad he was fired because I hate Fox News. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a badge of honor for Tucker. So here is a shitbag rep who's done nothing her entire life.
He's happy about that. I mean, Tucker is not going to have that size audience. And the type of people that sat down and turned on Fox, the kind of people who are in positions of power and who military, Pentagon, industry, private industry, oil tycoons, they sit down in their favorite easy chair and they turn on the television. They don't go screwing around on iPads and phones and laptops and etc., trying to find somebody to watch. That's not what they do.
30-something years, she's got an econ degree from Boston University, and the highest that she's ever achieved in society before she became a Democrat shitbag in Congress was bartender. And when she ascertained her position over there in District 19, whatever it is in New York, she's only destroyed her district. She's given it the Nancy Pelosi, Maxine Waters treatment. It's only gotten worse over there, but yet she still legitimately gets voted in, I'm sure.
How long do you have to listen to folks who will recount stories about, here's another anti-white. They won't call them that. They were elected. Now their district is wretched. Now it's crime-ridden. We have to start winning. We have to start pushing back and defeating these things. Just complaining about it and then snarkily saying, I'm sure it is a legitimate election, does shit. It does nothing.
So she's celebrating this dude being taken down. Her talking to Jen Psaki, by the way, on MSNBC, and that clip being pushed all over the interzones yesterday wasn't an accident. So now they're trying to make it sound that AOC...
Interzones? The hell's that? I'm guessing it's some sort of like flippant, childish name for the internet.
is the one who got Tucker Carlson fired. Fox News didn't wake up today and say, oh, AOC said to fire Tucker Carlson, so we're going to do it. You don't do that. That's not how anything works. Now, her site's not going to understand it because they're fucking stupid. And they've never run a lemonade stand. But you don't take the only entity making you money at Fox and decide to fire him on a whim because you saw a fucking tweet on Twitter where AOC was talking to Jen Psaki.
Totally true. I agree with him there.
About the dude needs to be shut down. That's not how anything... This chick ain't got that fucking power. She got that juice.
She does.
Here's what happened. I can explain to you what happened. You know how
we're going to be getting into Mark Dice in just a minute.
When Roger Stone is frog walked in the middle of the night, but somehow CNN is there. You know when they pick up Peter Navarro at a fucking airport and arrest him, but somehow CNN is there to capture this? That's what this is right here. Fox News was going to fire this dude. I wonder if it has something to do with the Dominion settlement. I think
no, I don't think so. The Dominion settlement has been marching along, and I think there were I think Lou Dobbs or others at Fox said much more and gave much more coverage, and I think it was more imbalanced, perhaps a little bit more attention to the opposition, saying that these Dominion machines didn't work, they were being manipulated, etc. Now, of course, the regime, the anti-white oligarchs, they don't want people thinking that voting might be flawed because it's very easy to control outcomes of voting when people have faith in the system. So I think they already got rid of the people before it would have, and that's what makes sense business-wise. If there were particular personalities that, and somebody can jump in and tell me if that's accurate or not, if there were particular personalities that were the problem and that were potentially engendering a lawsuit, then firing them in a just system could negate the problem. This system is anti-white, though. So why is Fox in trouble? Because Fox gets in the way of anti-whiteism just a little bit. And in the end, nothing will be allowed to get in front of anti-whiteism and slow it down at all if we don't push back and put an end to it with the lexicon and dialectical power we have in the Go Free method.
Dominion was like, so Dominion is a CIA, deep state corporation. They run shit. They put the pressure on anybody who was pointing out that clearly the election was stolen. They then threaten Murdoch and Fox News and say, listen, we're going to sue you into oblivion. We've got all of the power and the weight and the resources of the deep state, and we'll just destroy you. We'll destroy your children's inheritance, Rupert. And he said, oh, no, please don't do that. And they said, okay, well, fine. You're still going to give us $1 billion. And on top of the $1 billion, we need you to get rid of Laura Logan or Laura Trump or Tucker Carlson, Dan Bonch. You got to get rid of all these people. And then they acquiesce. Now, because Dominion and the deep state, the CIA is completely a part of Dominion. Go look at all the people who run it. Because they knew that they were doing this.
By the way, which is not to say what I'm arguing is not to say that the anti-whites at Dominion did not have a problem with Tucker. I just don't think that's where the main force came from. If you're in the public, if you're saying anything, there's going to be enemies. If you're taking any position, if you're not just the reed in the wind, you're going to end up having enemies. And it is erroneous to count among every enemy the guilty party of a particular outcome. You've got to be more subtle and more intelligent than that.
They take one of their functionaries, like Jen Psaki, legs like a fucking chicken, and they tell her, well, we're going to be firing Tucker Carlson on the 23rd. So go ahead and run this, have AOC or pick. This is the same thing as CNN being at Roger Stone's house. They put this out yesterday. They said all this yesterday to make it look like AOC has some sort of fucking power, that AOC knows what's going on. No, You idiots were always going to detonate Tucker Carlson, and you utilized yesterday news cycle to make it seem like you've got some fucking, wow, look at me, everybody. I get it. Because the left-hand side is all, everybody in her comment section is like, you did it. You got him fired.
All right. So it seems like I might have been onto something with CNN finding out before Tucker that he was going to be fired. And then that's when they probably decided, okay, let's get rid of this loser. And maybe it was to help distract a little bit of attention from Tucker's firing and Bongino's firing. So they could be like, well, it's these two competing networks.
If you celebrate, they're all celebrating. Hey, dimwits, Tucker Carlson's going to be bigger than ever if he just goes out on his own. We'll make.
No. That's like saying that Kanye West was going to be bigger than ever. They're going to, I mean, really the question now is it going to be Ben Shapiro or Candace Owens that ends up filling that hour on Fox? Now, there'll be plenty of people, if and when Tucker decides to start a Rumble channel, or, I mean, could you imagine, or an Odyssey, there'll be plenty of people who will go follow him. He'll have an audience there, but it's not going to be anything like he was able to reach at Fox. And the human material, the human capital there is going to be far inferior to the human capital he was able to reach by way of being on Fox. And they're going to vex him incessantly with cyber attacks, with everything you can imagine.
Make sure of it, because boy, every time I share a Tucker Carlson clip, I go, oh God. All right, everybody, it's Tucker Carlson clip. I know Fox News is an asshole, right? But Tucker Carlson, like, he drops Moabs. Now I don't want to do that anymore because motherfucker will be on his own. So let's get out there.
This is kind of like coping. That's what that is.
Let's take it to them in this information war and make these bitches cry some more. But boy, watch out for that.
Take it to them. Let's take it to them in this information war. And so this is how he has an audience, and this is how he manipulates the audience, is that we are doing something by talking about what people with power, what they do. You're not doing anything by doing that. You're a cheerleader on the sidelines watching a game that you'll never play in, but whose outcomes affect you from top to bottom. That's all you are. That's all any of this is. So many of these others. We're talking about an information war. You just have to know the... No, you're not doing anything by talking about contradictory information. You're not doing anything. I mean, that's been going on all along. I mean, this is like beating a dead horse to death again and again and again, trying to explain this to people. Just saying the opposite, or saying that you know what really happened, getting together with your 5 good friends and you all have opinions that are at variance with the opinions of the anti-white oligarchs, doesn't do shit. Am I and Team White Wellbeing the only living people? Are we the only people who are actually awake? You have to take the concepts and feed them into the population so that the conversation and therefore the context of the story changes. The anti-whites have to speak to you in the story where you live. If you are in their story, it's very easy for them to manipulate you. If they have to come over and use our dialectics and our lexical power in an effort to communicate with us, they undermine themselves. This can't be made any simpler to understand. And could not be made easier. I guarantee you, if Western kind does not pull this out and recapture our destiny, other nations of the world, their historians will find us and they will just marvel at the fact at how brilliant the solution was and how simple the solution was and how dumb the white race was that wouldn't adopt it. The information war, just make sure you keep coming back to the channel, hear me talk about the news, hear me say that they're liars and they're awful, and then buy the merch. And then you're doing something. And then we have to endure these people coming over into my live chats and my threads and then saying if you want to do something real, you got to go over there for salty cracker. I mean, just if you like him for the entertainment value, okay. If you want to actually change the world, if you want to actually push back so that the young white children today don't have to live in what they are going to be living in, then you come here. All right, let's watch the King Mark Dice, and we'll see what he has to say. In just a moment. First, I'm going to take a look at, we have a financial gift over here on Entropy, and it is, of course, the one and only, the wonderful sister, Yiz the Unifier. $5 financial gift. She says, the same anti-white cronies control the entire MSM. Greenblatt accused Tucker for months. Schumer said Tucker had to be censored. And then the lawsuit by Grossberg. They don't care if they lose $1 billion. They value anti-whiteism more than money. And that is a brilliant statement. That final sentence, it is the morality of the day that is always valued more than money. And even the people whom you might think, for whom money is the only thing that would ever matter, not even their loved ones matter, even for them, the ideology, the dominant morality, which is the one that's communicated by way of the regime, the anti-white morality, by way of anti-white narrative, that one is even dominant, or even for them, because the soup that they live in, where they make their money, is composed of people for whom the ideology is more important, the morality is more important than the dollar. Very well said, sister. Thank you for being there. Hello to whoever might be there on D Live. Tucker stole talking points. Let's see. Spartan says, he says that Tucker stole talking points from Fuentes. Would he ever have a Nick or Jason on his show? I doubt it. If anything, he would trash you both. Well, he would definitely trash us. I don't know if he stole anything from Fuentes. I mean, what was Fuentes saying that Tucker hasn't always been saying, except with the exception of maybe condemning all Jewish people on the basis of their birth, or condemning Black people on the basis of their birth to very, very specific behaviors. I don't know. But I agree with you that 100% he would just trash the shit out of me, and I would assume out of Fuentes as well. Over there on Odyssey, let's see. Is that Scooter? It says, no white guilt made my point as I typed that. Brilliant. Oh, and he also says that Salty is retarded. He seems challenged. Another person, by the way, people coming and they're like, oh no, for the white race. And he's married to a Mexican. Now, there are white Mexicans, but what do you think the odds are? Is that if it's Scooter, if I'm reading it right, says supporting our favorite streamers and buying merch gets us nowhere. Time to get loud. Get loud with the lexicon of the Go Free method. It is specifically designed to destroy the anti-white narrative. Absolutely. All right. Let me check over here and we'll keep rolling. We have, get out your 07s. Ladies and gentlemen, please get out your 07s and maybe toss some gems at his feet, because Dr. I has arrived. 50 white well-being dollars. Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate it. We're getting, with those 50 white well-being dollars, the truth to people who hopefully Team White Well-Being will be able to fan out after we're together, and we'll be able to fan out to different conversations, different platforms, and share the truth. And then maybe as you're proven right again and again and again, more and more people will begin listening to you. But otherwise, if they just pick up the concepts, especially like the 5 key concepts, 95s as well, please, for Dr. I, maybe some fireworks going off for this champion, 50 white well-being dollars. They pick up the concepts and they unknowingly go out into the world and they seed the world everywhere they go with the concepts that they had no idea would defeat anti-whiteism. He says here, with those 50 white well-being dollars, a true champion. He says, for the oracle of our time and the fight for white well-being. Wow, I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate somebody who actually was like, holy shit, Jason was right again. God bless you, man. I really appreciate it. Dr. I. Let him work on my eyes any day of the week. And thank you all, everybody, for celebrating Dr. I is better than everybody else. 07s to all of those people celebrating Dr. I. Johnny is here. Says that 100% Salty's show is a constant cope. Isn't that interesting? Maybe that'll be a new way of looking at a lot of these shows that are out there, is that it's just like this endless cope. You see what you care about in the world being decimated by the anti-whites. And then you want to get together with somebody who will be snarky, to make fun of the people who are decimating us and our world and our ways and our customs and our norms. And hey, at least we can have some gallows humor as we stroll our way to having our heads cutting off. We got to get over this. The great Slotz is with us, and he says, Slotz says, the news story on Tucker's firing is that Rupert Murdoch, who was superstitious about someone calling Tucker the, quote, voice of God at some feast on Friday. Yeah, I would totally believe that conspiracy theories are going to be floated like that everywhere. Absolutely. Because they want to distract from the obvious truth. They're coming for Trump. They are coming for Trump. I mean, open your fucking eyes, folks. Open your fucking eyes. You know right now you're going to be running into people at work and family members who might be conservative, might be your basic bitch Republican voters, and then they're going to float some sort of conspiracy theory instead of the obvious. These are anti-whites on their way to destroy someone running for president who will, even inadvertently, do harm to the anti-white agenda. What other agenda is there? I mean, it's just nothing but victimizing white people and the things we create. How the fuck are we the only people saying this with any clarity, but also with morality and love in our hearts? How are we the only ones? Because we are the only ones. Praise God that he set us, he brought together Team White Well-Being. You know, these are the apostles. We are in the final days of an anti-white age, and we are going to be the germ of the cure that reclaims it all. Wing It Productions is here. Hello to you, brother. Says it devastates me that he has over 61.7 thousand subscribers. Is that Salty? Salty Cracker? Northwest is here. Hello to you and welcome. I wouldn't doubt if that's Salty. I mean, I've seen and that's another thing. How many of you actually had me pushed on you again and again and again. I had Salty pushed on me repeatedly on YouTube, and I tuned in to see what's this, and then came back several times to see, is he really doing that good again? So I showed up several times to see 30,000 plus live watching him on YouTube. Absolutely amazing and sickening. I'm, as far as like his ability to make a living and have aggrandizement, to have people love him, have people think he's great or whatever, more power to him. More power to him. What I find sickening is that in the age as dark and as terrible as it is, as real, as horrific, nobody has to play this up. There's no histrionics here. It is genuinely this bad and worse probably than you realize. And there are so few people who give a shit for this cornucopia of various victories that we have that never happened anywhere else. Never happened. I mean, it's just a fact. Never happened anywhere else. And people are like, nah, still rather go head on over to with Saltine Man, hang out. House of Osborne says, it's interesting the widespread of the white diaspora. Oh, yeah, yeah. But I mean, it makes sense, you know, because of our adaptability, creative intelligence, etc. Montana Kid is here. Hello, brother, and welcome. Ace is here. Great to see you. Sloth says, you're right. To avoid uncomfortable questions, they'll accept the white erasure of Tucker off the air with superficial explanations. Folks, you should like copy that sentence and paste it into a Word document so you can read it 100 more times. That's the great Sloth's brilliant advocate for white well-being. Without question, that's what you're going to see. All these white people, and why are they uncomfortable with pointing out the point at which we and society are being victimized? And that is on the basis of our birth, Western kind of Western civilization. Why? Because the dominant morality that is promulgated by the anti-white oligarchs is anti-white. It's the anti-white moral imperative. So they feel it is socially, morally, ethically wrong to identify where you're victimized. The anti-white psychological warfare operators know that if you get people to refuse to identify where they are attacked, they can never defend themselves. The only thing those anti-white oligarchs and their psychological warfare operators had to worry about were anomalies like us that would be able to figure out the ruse and then communicate it to others. We just have to overcome this inertia, this like willful bovine idiocy of the masses. And also we have to overcome the fools in the white sympathetic sphere of various types, and there are quite a few. Marlene is here. Welcome, sister. Slot says, we can have clowns without getting them involved with misleading our people. But instead, the clowns choose to mislead. And that's the issue. Yeah, precisely. I mean, yeah, absolutely. You could have, you know, clowns like he's clowning around, Salty. And that's fine. And that can make people laugh. But what these entertainers have to do is they have to direct people to the thing that makes a difference. If they keep their audience on the hook of, we're doing it because we're talking about this, and, you know, Trump will have a victory here or a victory there. It'll be Trump's victory. But Salty and his audience and Nick Fuentes and his audience, they'll take ownership of the victory. They'll co-opt the victory as though it's theirs, as though they did something, because it's a way to cope with doing nothing. All right, let's keep rolling. Let's see what King Dice has to say. Got so many things going on. Rory just showed up. Great to see you, brother. Rory just told me last night, if you weren't aware, by the way, folks, I was on Discordant Dragons yesterday, and you should go check it out. I showed up there. I wasn't meant to, I wasn't scheduled to be on Discordant Dragons, but there was an opening, and I decided to join the fellowship. That's over there with Yiz the Unifier. It's going to be up on her Odyssey, I guess, and Rumble. Check it out. It was a great time. But Rory told me about how Patriotic Alternative is having all these problems. It's having people quit, high-ranking people quit. So you got that going on. Then you've got, on this side of the Atlantic, you've got that Nazi group, the NJP, and they've got people peculating over there. They've got them defalcating over there. And for the rest of you out there, they got folks over there embezzling, money disappearing, and Roman saluting, and the party program. In fact, one of their people came into our live chat on Sunday to say that they were the only people doing it. They had a real party. They're not a real party. They never will be an actual political party. They will never be able to run any candidates, and no one would ever vote for a Nazi party. They Roman salute at their events. They play 1980s neo-Nazi music at events, and their party platform that the guy came over, he was so proud about, trying to advocate in my chat for this Nazi group. The party platform is a mirror platform virtually of the actual German Nazi platform. To think that anyone would have anything to do with that is to show how blatantly benighted they are. And look at the folks who are in charge. For the love of God, people have to stop being idiots, or nothing is going to end up happening.
Carlson, the most watched show on Fox News, the highest rated host on all of cable news, was fired yesterday. So I'm going to get into the reasons why, show how Fox News is siding with the old bags at The View, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the ADL, basically the liberal media industrial complex.
This guy's great. He makes me laugh.
And talk about what Tucker may have planned next.
And you know, he's like been shafted as well by different entities. So there must something about him. And then you always got these, like the NJP idiots and that ilk. They're like, oh, he likes Mark Dice. Don't you know Mark Dice is? And then they throw in their favorite Jewish. He's pushing back against anti-whiteism. End of conversation.
Because he certainly isn't going away. Fox News viewers were given the false impression that Tucker Carlson must have just got tired of doing his show and just decided to leave.
We have some news from within our Fox family. Fox News Media and Tucker Carlson have mutually agreed to part ways. Tucker's last show was this past Friday.
As you can see, this woman has no dignity left, no soul. There she is, doing her job as a prostitute, lying to the audience, reading the teleprompter that it was a mutual agreement. It was mutual.
Yeah, nothing about it is mutual. They showed up and they're like, you're gone. In fact, I don't know, and maybe y'all can find out. Probably Mark Dice will find out. But I would be willing to bet that they didn't even let him back in the building. Maybe if he was allowed back in, it was with escort, security escort. My guess, my bet. The great Franklin is here. Rory says, did you get my Skype message? I did, and I did watch a little bit of the videos and heard you on the video as well. Franklin's asking, what do you think of PA's, Patriotic Alternative, and National Party's, Ireland, leaflet slogans? They mostly seem like stale ethno-nationalist stuff to me. Brother, the ones I saw, well, not PA, the I guess they might be the Irish of Ireland, National Party of Ireland. They were straight up like taken from Nazi Germany. So I mean, yeah, stale. I would say I would say more like poisonous. Absolutely. Oh God. Can you imagine? Ace is asking, what do I want people to do? It's actually beautifully simple and powerful. And thank you for asking. Tag me next time. And that's this. I just got lucky to see your message there. We want you to empower yourself with concepts, just like you had to use concepts or learn them for work. And you learn them all the time from the media. Like you learned woke from the media. You didn't use that before. We have concepts that are readily identifiable by everyone. And then you take those with yourself. You can get into Go Free, the actual practice of Go Free. It's very easy. It's very straightforward. We're teaching you concepts and a new dialectical approach. It's very simple. You just need to be able to, you already learn concepts from the television and from the newspaper and from the radio. This is the same thing, except these concepts are given to you by someone, by a community who loves you. These are concepts that are not whims. They have been proven, developed with reason and logic, and then proven by way of the scientific method. The things that are in here have been proven by way of the scientific method. They undermine, defeat the concepts that anti-whites use. And most important, they defeat the primary concept that holds up the entire anti-white edifice, which is racism. They defeat that concept. You use these concepts on yourself in your own thinking, in your conversation with others. They are a curative contagion in that when people hear them, they want to remember and use them themselves. So you don't have to beat people over the head with these concepts over and over. When they hear it, they're going to want to use it. And the reason why the individual I'm talking about here wants to use it, wants to remember it, is because that concept will empower them in their conversations as well. And you'll even see their eyes light up when they get it, when they understand, wow, that's something I can use. Now, when you come into a conversation or an argument with an anti-white, you'll see on their eyes the desperation, the defeat. You'll see them have to transition to playing the villain in our story, explaining and trying to justify why victimizing white people is a good thing. That's all we have to do. And if you come across an anti-white that is really so monstrous that they would like to kill like white babies, you just thank them. They will out themselves very quickly by way of using our lexicon, and then you move on to somebody else who can hear. So that's all that has to be done. Ideas defeated Western civilization. That's what defeated us. No bullets, no tanks, no bombs, ideas. We are now in a place where these ideas want to be held by the victimized. Does that make sense? If you are drowning, it's a common notion that when someone is drowning, they'll grab for anything on the surface of the water, even twigs. A victim reaches for anything that can help. So we don't have to worry about having to beat people over the head or moralize or sit them down with a white hot lamp or anything like that. They're going to want to adopt these things. The only thing that's going to slow them down is their investment in the anti-white narrative. Some of those people are going to be more heavily invested than others, meaning that the anti-white moral imperative is going to have more value for them than others. those individuals will be the ones who will come on board later. They'll need more folks out there to take up the lexicon. They'll need to hear it more places, but then they too will take up the lexicon. There is no other way. No one is going to recreate and recreate some sort of a party that's going to by force march through the streets and take over government, and none of that's ever going to happen again. Period. It is not going to happen. You can't even have a genuine oppositional party until you already entirely change the landscape. And by that, I mean the concepts that a significant portion of the population, of those who are being victimized, are using. It's not even conceivable. The political landscape is one in which the amount of dollars that can be put into the competition determines who wins. How can you compete with people who print money? So that's not going to work. There's not going to be any physical violence that can work. You're not going to fight. You couldn't even, patriots, if you took all of the patriots across the entire globe, across the West, and put them all together to have them fight even the least of the Western countries, they would all die. It is the most infantile thing that people even consider this. You're not going to be able to craven your way off into the hills and then have the bad pass overhead, and then you come out and start a new life. Everything will be wiped away. You won't want to live, and you probably won't, in the world that the anti-whites have in store for Western kind and Western civilization. This is it. And the good thing is, it works. So when you get down to the final thing, if it didn't work, that'd be pretty miserable. But you've gotten down to the final thing, and it works. So let's put it into play. It's really that simple. And then if you want to help things to go more quickly, go off into the other chats. Create other circles of friends and tell them about GoFree. Use the lexicon. Tell them about how I'm right all the time. Do for me what people do for Nick Fuentes. He's got so many followers. I mean, this guy is like he's an inveterate self-promoter, and he does it superbly. I mean, he has attracted to himself several thousand people who are like brainwashed with love and self-sacrifice to him over nothing. They'll flip. If he flips a 180, they'll flip a 180. He's done it several times. He got no problem with it. They go out into the world and they are so ardent in their support of him that his name shows up all over the place. If that were happening for us, imagine how much good that would do. Imagine people pouring in to want to know, well, what's the no white guilt guy say on this? And they would be hearing the lexicon. They would be hearing the dialectics, and then they would be sharing that in their circles. House of Osborne says, no white guilt, correct. You cannot kill people into believing you. Precisely. Marlene says, making so much sense, no white guilt. Thank you so much. And there's the great Sam. I'm going to give the Sam a salute. And please, if others would please give Sam a salute. I presume this is the same Sam. We had an action item on Sunday about heading on over to Elijah Schaefer's Odyssey channel, giving a like, making some comments. A Sam showed up there and made like 5 or 6 comments. And then there was one other person who made a positive comment about me that I didn't recognize the name, at least the Odyssey name. But if that's you, Sam, love you, man. Way to get out there and make it. These are the gestures. This is the battlefield. The battlefield is the dinner table. The battlefield is the live chat. The battlefield is the thread under the video. The battlefield is building communities that you're joining communities. You build the number of communities you're in so that you can share more and more of what's changing the world with more and more people. Sam says, wow, another stream on Tuesday. You're really doing the work needed to keep us all energized and to keep pushing forward. I love being surprised by a weekday stream. Thank you for that, brother. Missouri Battle Flag is here. Great to see you. It's funny that some people don't seem to understand that the Nazis did not help our cause at all, says House of Osborne. Yeah, I know. JK160 is here. Great to see you, champ. Yeah, it's crazy that so many people, but it's not crazy in that people are born into a narrative that they think is the real world, and they think the opposition to the good guys in this narrative is legitimate, genuine, original, untarnished, when in reality, the opposition is fully written into the textbooks and the movies and the TV dramas and the rest by our victimizers. So they go out and adopt something that's thoroughly demonized. What actually happened and who the characters actually were, who knows? Who cares? They're dead. We're here now. We're moving forward. We've got to stop this victimization now. That's what we got to do. You're not going to be able to convince people otherwise of what they believe about back then, about any period in history. That's the way it is. And in the final analysis, they actually lost. If you're going to pick up something that's never lost. And when it comes to anti-whiteism, there's nothing. Anti-whiteism has beaten everything. That's why it reigns supreme as the sole superpower over planet Earth. People talk about countries and whether it's unipolar or whatever. No, the only unipolar that matters is the anti-white unipolar domination, the hegemony. That's the only one that matters, should matter to white people and good people of all races who want Western norms and standards and mores to remain in power, in charge in Western civilization. Elaine says, put spaces between, for no white guilt, and it turns orange. Yes. And she was, talking to Rory. Yes, I did. I thought I said, yeah, I did say. And then Franklin again on the stale. Yeah, and the ethno-nationalism is another thing that is important to mention, and that is that ethno-nationalism is what white people practiced when we had our populations slammed together by anti-whites. We can't be ethno-nationalists again and win. They already defeated ethno-nationalism. It's eminently easy to take this group of white people and pit them against that group of white people when their identity is that, well, that group over there is awful and that group over there is awful. Very easy to smash them into each other. We have to have the identity that we are Westmen, men and women of the West. We have the same biospirit. We have various appearances, but that biospirit evinces itself. It shows itself in our creation of Western civilization. Slightly different hues around the world, but we create Western civilization. That's the big dividing line. That's how you know the spirit, the biospirit that's inside. You can think of it as instinct if you don't want to think of there being a ghost in there. And when we see ourselves like this, you won't be able to drive the Irish against the English. You won't be able to drive the Americans against the Canadians. You won't be able to you won't be able to do that anymore. Victorian Time Traveler says, if the war had gone the other way, anti-whiteism would still be here. Yeah, you got to defeat anti-whiteism, precisely. Northwest says, Jason, you Your personality is great. You are funny. Love you, brother. Well, thank you for that. I thank you very much. I appreciate it. St. Andrews shows that you have great taste. St. Andrews says, no, I go hello to you. Everything working okay? Anglo-America is with us. Great to see you, brother. All right, let's keep rolling. Let's see what else King Dice has to say.
There's no more reason to even watch Fox anymore. They are now the Bud Light of news. Here's Greg Gutfeld trying to hold on to whatever dignity he has remaining by hinting about the situation, but still abiding to the do not talk about it policy. And then he was quickly reprimanded by Judge Piero, who wants to keep her job and doesn't want to address the elephant in the room or talk about the biggest story in the news business on a talk show.
About Joe, we were having this conversation in 2019, and everybody said he was already past his prime. Shout out to Don Lemon.
Who got fired also yesterday, by the way.
But who would think we would have the same? I know, big media news today, huh?
Yeah, no, keep talking.
Don Lemon. Wow.
Keep talking.
Who would have seen that coming? Anyway.
Keep talking, she says. Don't bring it up. They all want to keep collecting their millions by not biting the hand that feeds them. So what's the reason?
Wow, that's a good catch. Yeah, that's exactly what she was doing. They've told us not to say anything. She didn't want to be asked.
A lot of people point to the Dominion defamation settlement, where just last week Fox News settled the case for $787 million. But Tucker wasn't even named as a defendant in that lawsuit. That was basically brought about because of Lou Dobbs, who they fired, and Maria Bartiromo. Of course, Brian Stelter is of Lou Dobbs, who they fired, and Maria Bartiromo. Of course, Brian Stelter is on the case as part of his new beat at Vanity Fair, posting this on his newly unverified Twitter account because he hasn't paid for Twitter Blue, and he doesn't have 1 million subscribers, so he wasn't grandfathered in or protected by Elon as part of the mass unverification. And he writes in part, quote, the reason for Tucker Carlson's termination can be found somewhere.
Hold on. Why is he talking like that? Oh, is it that guy? I gotta go
Matt
back.
Blue, it's at Lou Dobbs, who they fired, and Maria Bartiromo. Of course, Brian Stelter is on the case as part of his new beat at Vanity Fair, posting this on his newly unverified Twitter account because he hasn't paid for Twitter Blue, and he doesn't have 1 million subscribers, so he wasn't grandfathered in or protected by Elon as part of the mass unverification. And he writes in part, quote, the reason for Tucker Carlson's termination can be found somewhere in the redacted portions of the emails and texts that Dominion obtained during the discovery process in its lawsuit against Fox. He thinks it's because Tucker was trashing Fox News executives in text messages to and between his staff and other Fox News hosts that were then discovered when his text messages had to get turned over as part of the discovery process for that lawsuit filed by Dominion. But that doesn't make any sense because everybody talks trash about their boss amongst their coworkers, and he wasn't doing that publicly. And even if they know how he really feels about them, he still was the top-rated host on the network, not to mention driving massive paid.
No, you can't. No. Could you imagine getting rid of the golden goose as a boss because at any level of the company because he or she said something negative about you? Come on.
Subscriptions to Fox Nation, their subscription service. Bill O'Reilly has another idea. He says that he knows the truth about what happened. He used to have Tucker Carlson's time slot. As you may recall, he used to be the face of Fox News until he was fired in 2017 after it came to light that the network had paid settlements to numerous women that he allegedly sexually harassed. And while many...
that's hideous. Could you imagine this guy hitting on you? Golly.
Celebrities get extorted by lunatics and have to pay off nuisance settlements. It's just cheaper for them to do that. Causes them less damage and is less time consuming. I do believe that one of the women had some very solid evidence that Bill O'Reilly was, in fact, a total dirtbag. And so he was fired. So Fredo, Chris Cuomo, who was fired from CNN and now works for the...
What is wrong? In all seriousness, why can't these... If I haven't done that with my shitty jobs. I haven't done that with my absolute dirt jobs. If someone were paying me millions, 6-figure, 7-figure salary, the idea that you would jeopardize that for a piece of ass, that shows men just being servile to women. There ain't no piece of ass worth that. Holy God.
Fledgling cable channel News Nation, which has fewer viewers than my YouTube channel, brought Bill O'Reilly on to explain what he thinks happened.
So one of Tucker Carlson's producers apparently taped a whole bunch of stuff. Her lawyer went into the Fox attorneys and said, unless you pay so-and-so some money, we're going to sue you. And Fox said, we're not paying. So they filed suit in New York City. And they had the tapes, and those tapes may be released to the public. All right. And they're not good tapes for the Carlson program. The second thing was last night on 60 Minutes. Ray Epps, you may remember that name, said to the audience, Tucker Carlson ruined my life and my family's life by accusing me of having some kind of provocative role in the January 6th riots.
Look at all of the defense of this guy by the media. Isn't that curious? Are they defending anybody else from Patriots Day?
The Capitol.
The last level is no joke.
A commercial. Oh boy. So we got a child's drawing. This is how you die. 3 plastic. And then we have this. What is this? All of a sudden it was a child's drawing, and now it's this terrible video game. Wow. We're gonna have to change this soon enough. What is this for? Oh, that's how they went all white, man. Enough. Let's get back to
the lawsuit, by the way, from one of Tucker's former producers, Abby Grossberg, claims that there was a lot of bigotry and sexual harassment from the show, and she was the victim of anti-Semitism. And the supposed harassment that she claims that she was a victim of or witnessed was a text message from Tucker Carlson, presumably a group text message to the producers, to all the producers on the show, where he referred to Sidney Powell.
Wait a second. Isn't this the woman who is, like, it's known that she was why would you allow, if I'm remembering correctly, why would you allow somebody who's just like known to be anti-white? Because you're so fair and balanced? Is that what you were trying to signal?
As, I believe, a dumb C word, or the C word. So it wasn't like Tucker was harassing her, but the poor little snowflake had to read a text message which had a dirty word in it. And as you know, a certain group of people often accuse others of being anti-Semitic, more really than black people accuse others.
Whoa. Tucker Carlson, senior producer, repeatedly made anti-Semitic comments to Jewish. How many people believe that? What horse shit? That's pure anti-whiteism. That is just pure. There is no way that Tucker Carlson was saying anything that was anti-Jewish anywhere. Give me a break.
Of being racist, and that's a very dangerous label to have thrown at you. And so she probably just overheard somebody in the office wishing someone else Merry Christmas, and that felt like anti-Semitism because she doesn't celebrate that holiday. Christians have persecuted her people throughout history, and blah blah blah. Jonathan Greenblatt over at ADL tweeted, "Quote: It's about time. For far too long, Tucker Carlson has used his primetime show to spew anti-Semitic, racist, xenophobic, and anti-LGBTQ hate to millions."
Look at this anti-white piece of shit. There's nothing but anti-white slurs, anti-Semitic, anti-white slur, racist, anti-white slur, xenophobic, anti-white slur, anti-LGBTQ, anti-white slur. Everything that came out of this scumbag's mouth is just an anti-white slur. I'm guessing he's anti-white.
The ADL has long called for his firing for this.
Why is he so anti-white? I'd like to ask Greenblatt. Why are you such an anti-white piece of shit?
And many other offenses, including spreading the great replacement theory.
The board of directors said, we got to start cleaning this up. So Dan Bongino was the first domino to fall, even though he wasn't involved with the Dominion thing.
Wow, Bill O'Reilly is right on point here. That's another thing on my list of things to talk about. Bill O'Reilly's stealing my thunder here. Dan Bongino, in case you didn't hear, he got fired. He was a regular Fox contributor, and he had a weekend show as well. And he was banned from YouTube completely. He has a very popular podcast. He doesn't pull any punches when it comes to questioning the security or the accuracy of electronic voting machines. And so Fox News is purging anybody who dares talk about such things.
And then Carlson, because of the impending litigation, was harpooned this morning.
So for those who didn't hear and those who tuned into Fox News yesterday expecting to watch Tucker Carlson, this is what they were told.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Fox News Tonight. I am Brian Kilmeade. As you probably have heard, Fox News and Tucker Carlson have agreed to part ways.
By the way, this was the guy, and I think it was on the issue of Ukraine. I'm 90% sure. And on a Monday, on maybe it was the morning show or whatever it was, I saw him say that supporting Ukraine was the most repugnant. Americans will end up dying. We are we are in all this debt and inflation, and they're sending billions and billions of dollars of this, on and on. Tuesday, the very next day, this Kilmeade said the 180-degree opposite. He went on a rant as passionate in the other direction the very next day. Does anybody remember me saying that? I was blown away by that. I've just never seen, maybe aside from Fuentes, somebody do a 180 that hard on a position and no phase nobody.
Tucker the best. I'm great friends with Tucker and always will be. But right now, it's time for Fox News Tonight, so let's get started.
Oh, yeah, just moving right along. Let's not talk about the biggest story in media. And by the way, when they say that they mutually agreed to part ways, even though they fired him, what that means, that's legalese for Fox News has agreed not to hold Tucker Carlson personally liable for any of the damages from any of the lawsuits, from the Dominion lawsuit, from the still ongoing Smartmatic lawsuit, from the lawsuit from his former producer.
Now, Dice is probably going to know because he was in entertainment or dealt with entertainment people. And so that's probably right.
So if there's any damages that are awarded to those people, those are being paid from the network, not being paid from Tucker Carlson. So that's why they're spinning it as a mutual decision, and they're paying him the remainder of his contract. So in a sense, Tucker Carlson keeps his mouth shut because he...
Hello to Princess in a World of Evil. Welcome to you, sister.
Has an NDA with them that was in his contract. So you'll really never hear him talking trash about the network because he literally can't. I mean, in a sense, he was dancing with the devil, and this is what happens eventually. Here he is on Dave Rubin's show, is the token gay conservative of mainstream conservative media and the controlled opposition alternative media as well, who function as a Trojan horse, basically, to get conservatives to embrace gay marriage and surrogacy and gay adoption.
I'm glad to have you here, my friend.
Glad to be here. I love this.
I don't know that anyone has ever walked in here and been more impressed by the Rubin.
Because I work in television, so I know what this is, and it's just the coolest thing I've seen in a long time.
Are you jealous?
Are you joking? Yes, I'm jealous.
You have millions and millions of viewers.
You
have a massive staff.
But I don't have the control that you have, which is wonderful.
Yeah, control.
And there is the rub. Even though all YouTubers have to obviously abide by the terms of service, and sometimes you can skillfully navigate them and still get your point across without actually technically breaking the terms of service. But then there's people like Dave Rubin who are kind of in a special class. They're given special treatment because it's a Trojan horse, like I said. But Tucker Carlson knows that being an ordinary podcaster or YouTuber or content creator, you don't have a whole corporate conglomerate with their hands up your back, tying strings on you, telling you what you can and cannot say. And we have to all put a few more dollars in the Alex Jones was right jar, because this was him just a few weeks ago.
I predict he won't be at Fox News in the near future if he's unable to put this out. I'm going to leave it at that. But that's speaking from my perspective. I'm not speaking for Tucker.
I'm not sure exactly what story Alex is talking about there, but most likely just some more revelations about electronic voting machines or January 6th. So what's Tucker going to do now? Well, he might not be able to host another show or a podcast for several years until his contract runs out. I certainly hope that isn't the case, but the fact that they're going to be paying him the remainder of his contract, he very well might not be able to actually do another show. He can do speaking events, he can do guest appearances, but he might not be able to do another show for another year, couple years, until that contract is expired. At some point, I think he's going to come back and host his own podcast, and it'll be like a video podcast.
All right. So that's kind of what I was thinking. Did he say there anything about being paid or not being paid? Or is it just the contract restrains him? Like he gets paid, but then he gets paid up, but then he's held by the contract. Either way, you end up with the same outcome. Well, but maybe not, because if he's getting paid and he's bound by the contract, then maybe he can break the contract and stop the payments to go do something else. Let's see what y'all are saying. Whoa, we're going to give a 07 raucous emojis, please, ladies and gentlemen. Break out your raucous emojis. Throw some gems at his feet. Throw some gems at Nick's feet. Nick has shown up and financially gift 50 white well-being dollars. God bless you, good sir. He says, for white well-being, God bless you, brother. Irish Nick. So this is Irish Nick, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, good brother. I love it. Thank you for your service to white well-being. Raucous emojis. Let's get out some 95s. One of these days, we're going to have the conversation about 14 and 95. 95 is where it's at. The 9 words, atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed, and the 5 key concepts. That's what we need to be shared. That's the number we need to share. 95. Penguins, Eagles. Awesome. Jack is here. Great to see you. Thank you all for celebrating. Irish Nick, 50 50 white well-being dollars to put an end to anti-whiteism in the West before it's too late. We are definitely getting closer and closer to the final stages. Let's see what's happening over there on Odyssey. Oh, God. There's somebody very jealous, a very jealous little soul. But then also we have champions over there. So big difference. And Spartan has financially gifted us. Let's see, gifted 2 lemons of cryptocurrency on D Live. Thank you so much, good sir. And it looks like a little bit earlier, 4 lemons of cryptocurrency. Thank you for the lemons. I will make with it the lemonade. And we have Board Troll, also gifted 2 lemons. Thank you so much. Spartan says, quote, anti-whiteism, the great evil of our time, close quote. One of your best lines, talking about me. I thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Great to see you over there. And we are blank on entropy, but it is working, so that's good. Let me see what y'all are saying. And then we've been going for just over 2 hours, so I think I'm going to probably get back to work otherwise. Bungeed in for a conversation with you all about this very important topic. Sam says, I'm sure Tucker was prepped every show, and the drudgery of those meetings has to have gotten to him. Still, his revelation that he would never vote for a white representing us. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, him saying that with Adam Carolla. And I don't want people to show up and say, oh, I guess I'm going to read some of your comments before we get out of here that we have from the other day. Should I do that or should I? Let me see what y'all are saying in the live chat. I don't want to hear a bunch of people saying, oh, well, he has to do that. I got so tired of that decades ago. Oh, he has to stab us in the back, Jason, because if he doesn't, then he'll get fired. Well, wait. Do you realize what you've just put together? You cobbled together with your low IQ, midget-witted head? That all of our great defenders have to victimize us or they'll be fired, they'll get victimized? Well, then aren't we just getting victimized? Shouldn't we just keep pushing for better representatives and leaders and etc.? Champions? So don't come to me and say, oh, Tucker had to say that he's just orgasmic about a multi-racial future wherein the white race is a numerical minority, and that that one of the terrible things about that era will be when that happens, which, by the way, it's going to be at 2030 in America. 2030 will be a numerical minority in America. That's my opinion. It'll be a fact. He says when that happens, one of the evils will be that people will step forward to be representatives of the white race. And then he said he's going to relish his opportunity to be able to hate them and defame them and attack them. In so many words. So nobody needs to say that. Come on. He doesn't have to say any of that. He and Adam didn't have to yuck it up about how the non-whites can have all the blue collar jobs. That's despicable. No, he said, and this is how we're smarter than so many others, is that he said things that inadvertently pushed back against the anti-white narrative. Not a lot of things. He also said things that confirmed and pushed the anti-white narrative. But he did say things that contradicted the anti-white narrative. That enabled us to know that he was a problem to powerful anti-whites, which meant that they were going to come for his job at some point. And of course they did. He wasn't, quite simply, he was not anti-white enough. Now, we are happy when he said things like anti-white, because that's speaking this extremely powerful concept into the ether, into the public conversation. We need more of it, much more. Anti-white, anti-whiteism, white erasure, Western kind. We need these to get out into the public. The more they're said, the more they will be used. So we can appreciate when he did things or said things that for him it was inadvertent, but benefited Western kind and good people of all races who want Western norms to remain in Western civilization. But you see here, we don't tie ourselves to him. We tie ourselves to the mission. We tie ourselves to the love, hope, and redemption of our people, of our destiny. That's what we're tied to. Anything that gets in the way has got to go. Anything that serves is employed. That's the way we have to see the world. So there's not a person, there's not a group, there's not a party that you can put your faith in, and that if people start going at it with each other, like Rory is telling us at PA, or if people start peculating like at embezzling member funds like at NJP, if people start doing that, then the thing falls apart. That doesn't happen here, because we are an idea whose time has come, and we have the force of love to breathe life into this. That's the big thing over all the years in the white sympathetic sphere that I noticed. It was always this ephemeral thing. It was always this fugitive thing. It was always on the run. It was always disappearing. It would appear and disappear. And there were singles that would show up, and that meant that for me, that they were either actually single, which is fine, or that they were married and their partner disapproved or wouldn't have anything to do with it, which meant ultimately that their children wouldn't have anything to do with it. And you have these people just rotate in and out, and this is no continuity. This is not something that lives. Something that lives is built in the heart of families, of men and women who can come together and they can teach each other and their offspring, their babies, the words and ideas that inoculate them against this hatred of the world that's around us. That is how ideas live. They only live in people. It's like viruses, quite frankly. They only live in people. They don't live elsewhere. And so when you have people who come in, it's like it's a weird hobby, or it's a weird, they have this sexual frustration, and so they pick somebody with a similar sexual frustration or whatever it is. That's not something that lives and thrives and grows. And then you know, centuries later, people are reading in the books about the champions who this man stepped forward and his wife supported him, and then he fought for this, and then he was cut down, but then his two sons stepped up, and then another. Those legends only come from ideas born about in the hearts of families, generation to generation. That's what we have to be. All right, before we get out of here, I'm going to have roll-ins where I just show up and we just read comments from your comments from the previous show that weren't covered, and hit anything up that we missed during like going free, so that we don't continue to have an issue. One thing I want to tell you is that I am on Truth Social, And the link is in the description below. If you are on Truth Social, please follow me there. I notice I've been there for, not since Sunday, I haven't looked. But however many days I've been there, not a single follower. So it seems that Truth Social doesn't share your posts, your truths, or whatever they call them over there, with other users of the platform, or at least they weren't doing it for me, because not a single person followed me, which I find a little bit hard to believe. But, or maybe they were doing like, what was that other platform? It's not coming to me now. It's another conservative platform. And I had brand new, I was on that platform and I had posted hundreds of posts and I had like 13 followers. So you know that they were shadow banning me there. Brand new conservative platform. Maybe it was Getter. I don't remember. Irish Nick, great to see you, brother. Thank you so much for the financial gift. Yeah, I'm sure they were, Tucker was prepped. Parlor, I guess is what it was, Vincent says. Yeah. Sam says he's not on Donald Trump's Truth Social yet, but he assumes it's run by a businessman, not a tech-savvy person. Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. House of Osborne says, me and my wife have been enjoying your show this evening. Keep up the solutions. Thanks much. Well, God bless you, man. Thank you and your good wife very much. Thank you for being here. Take up the lexicon. You'll change the world. You'll change your life. You'll change the community you're in, your family. And that's all you have to do. That's all we really can do. And it's actually doing something, isn't it? Instead of just getting together and griping, that's not doing anything. Getting together with folks that already agree with us and we gripe about things, and then we share our ideas about how we got here, and then share these ridiculous notions about how to fix it that you spend a whole, I've thought about it for, like 2 weeks now, and I think X, Y, or Z. Come on. That's not doing anything. Irish Nick says, I saw that point the other night on a replay. Loved it. Get fired then. This is one thing you cannot sacrifice. Yeah, you can't sacrifice. Just looking to see if anybody else has tagged me that I missed. If anybody has any quick questions or comments, tag me right now and I will speak to them. I love that we have an intelligent community. Different levels of education, but intelligence is distinguished or separate from education. You can have, I'm sure we all have, I know I have, met very educated people who weren't intelligent. And I'm not talking about, you hear these people say, well, there's book smarts and street smarts. Intelligence is raw processing power versus education, which is the recordation of information. And so street smarts is education. It's not from a book, but it's education. I'm talking about intelligence versus education. So I'm glad that there are people who are intelligent and highly educated, but I'm glad that we have an intelligent community. But of course, what we talk about here weeds out low intelligence. It weeds out people who just simply can't understand, and they just want to do the usual. They just want to gripe or take credit for things that they didn't do, like Donald Trump having a great speech. Let's see. Oh, Franklin called the saltine guy Salty Coper. Who said, wait, I thought I read somebody. Was it? Oh, geez. Who was it? In the live chat. I'm trying to remember exactly what it. Coper Convention? Was that what it was? And it was it Victorian time traveler said it tonight? Missouri Battle Flag mentioned the American Freedom Party by Bill Johnson. What are you? What were you asking about it or saying about it? There ain't going to be any parties. Stop dumping your money in parties. I've watched for decades now. I can't tell you how many parties come. It's been so many. Parties come and go. This will be the next great party that will do X, Y, or Z. I'll just go. I should have all along just always gone straight to the Trump argument that you can't overcome, which is that political victories is determined by financial backing, period. How do you compete with people who print money? End of conversation. Next vehicle. Wouldn't it be nice if it were that simple? But it's not. It's so not. Like, Bill doesn't like me. All right, I'll give you some inside baseball, I guess. I don't think Bill's ever liked me at all. He at conferences that I've been at that he has shown up at, and I think he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. He's a smart guy. He's a nice guy. But when I've been in conversations at conferences and he has joined the circle of the conversation, he has always struck me as not liking me one iota. And I don't know why. I have spoken ill of political parties in front of him. But it was never like he didn't speak about a political party and then I went and got in his audience and spoke ill of them. That's like a Richard Spencer move from back in the day. I wouldn't do that. But I could end up, I make my case. And we're supposed to be Westmen, men and women of the West. And that's how we're supposed to shake things out, figure out what we should be doing and going with. And if I make cases about an idea, an ideology, an endeavor, a vehicle that undermines something you believe in, that you believe can work, then the white thing to do, the white guy thing to do is to say, okay, that's a pretty powerful point. I've got to overcome that because that has to be overcome. I've got to deal with that. Or I've got to change my opinion, even if it's painful, even if I don't want to change it, even if I really like the vision of a political party and getting elected and marching on to the White House or whatever it is and just somehow washing away the entire bureaucracy. You see, those kind of things were a little bit more forgivable. Those kinds of fancies were a little bit more forgivable 50 years ago when you had, and earlier, when you had a population in America, just for example, talking about America, that was almost entirely white and that still held Western mores, Western values by far and large. And so, and the nodes of power, almost all of them were held by white people who thought that you had to do the right thing when weighing these two decisions, by the book, by the rule, by the law. because if you didn't, you would feel bad about yourself. And many white people, they thought, well, God can see me too, and he'll be upset about that. And I want to do the right thing. I want to be able to look at myself in the mirror because I have integrity. Far more people thought that way 50, 100 years ago. Now you've got in America, and this is the same way across the West, where the vast majority of nodes of power are held by people of all races who are radical anti-whites. And they think that the anti-white moral imperative is the right thing to do. So you could get into office, as we saw with Trump, and you could say, this has got to be done. It's obviously the right thing. Why is it not happening? And it's not happening because at every node of power where it has to be implemented. Does anybody here remember before Donald Trump got elected? And I said, we're going to find out real quick whether or not he's going to make any mistakes. Please raise your metaphorical or your emoji hand or whatever. If you remember me or you saw me, you went back in the videos, you saw me in old videos, you saw me on This Week on the Alt-Right, you saw me different places where I said this. I said, we're going to find out really quick about Donald Trump because he's going to have to do extra legal things to do what he wants to do. Why is that? Do you remember why I said? I said there will be sheriffs in podunk towns that are just going to say, thumb their nose at the commander-in-chief. I'm not going to do it. And that, of course, was a metaphor for nodes of power everywhere, just saying, I don't care. I don't care that I have to obey that order. I don't care that I have to do what's right anymore. I'm just going to do what's anti-white. That's what their slogan was. I'm not going to do what's white or right. I'm going to do what's anti-white. I'm not going to do what's right. I'm going to do what's anti-white. That's what their slogan was. Does anybody remember here or went back and watched and heard me say numerous times I said that? What ended up happening? He got into office. He didn't do anything extra legal. And these nodes of power across the country just said, no, go to hell. No, not doing it. Same thing will happen if and when he gets reelected. Either he's going to have to be extra legal. And what does that mean exactly? It can take various forms. But he's going to have to be extra legal to effectuate anything. And it's going to be very difficult. It's going to be chilling, in fact, because you'll have like city governments that will say, no, we're not going to implement that. And then they're going to order their law enforcement to defend their decisions. And then the commander-in-chief is going to have to find a branch of the military or federal police to go and have literal fights. It'll probably start off with shoving and punching and this sort of thing. And you would have the crazy spectacle of, I don't know, maybe even Secret Service. It couldn't be the FBI or people working for Homeland Security in fistfights with state troopers and county police or city police. And then eventually that would make its way up. It would get hotter and hotter until there was shooting. That's what could happen. Or it could be if Trump becomes president and he finds enough of the military that will obey the orders or bureaucracy that will obey the orders, and it would take a massive cleansing. It's going to be ugly if he did it. I don't think he will. In fact, I'm very confident he won't. But there's a possibility there, if he went that direction, that anti-whites would have to back down for a time. And then maybe there would be a real opportunity to make big changes. He would have to pull the licenses of the big media empires. It would really have to be all out. Now, people who are like in alternative mindsets and they want political parties, they want to have their own political party, they envisage themselves, and most of the time it's themselves, or a candidate that they put forward who will get into office and who will magically be able to do that as though it's 1950 or 1940 and just be able to just go go to ABC and arrest everybody and go to NBC. No. In fact, what would probably happen, and this is why it just can't be done politically. Can't be done with voting. It can't be done with violence. It's got to be done with a psychological defense of the Go Free method against the psychological warfare waged against us. Don't even ask me, Jason, well, if we start getting this out to enough people are taking it up. And then if you begin, you're speculating about what happens beyond the unknown. I can give you a lot of possibilities because my mind, I can see that it feels as I allow my mind to begin to look at it like an infinite number of possibilities. They all look better for us the more folks we get the lexicon to, than the less. That makes the outcomes look a lot worse for us. But these politically minded folks, they think, well, you're going to send somebody to office and then they're going to order all of these arrests and everything. In all likelihood, what would happen is the orders would go out. If you would never get, I'm just like entertaining a silly notion, like a child's silly. These people are not children. I'm not saying they're children, but the notion is childish. And so they think they would go in there and they would make a couple of orders and the orders would be resisted, ignored, and then the entire machinery would work to remove the politician. And you could be at home cussing all you want. It wouldn't matter. They have the organization. There isn't an oppositional poll. They won't allow there to be the traditional oppositional poll. They won't allow that to even begin to grow. That's what you see like in Iran, for example, where supposedly, ostensibly, we can't know for sure, but Western, they're not really Western at all. It's anti-whites create what they call color revolutions. That's an oppositional poll. It's got money. It's got intelligence. It's got connections. It's got, in some cases, weapons. And these regimes, they know immediately, as soon as that begins to get created, they've got to snuff it out. Because you can't allow there to be an oppositional poll for gravitational reasons. So they're not going to allow an oppositional poll. This has to be something that can suffuse the minds of the people who operate the positions where they sit. It's got to be everywhere and nowhere. It just had to come to this level of intelligence because there's no alternative. All of the sort of simplistic, straightforward ways of resisting tyrants and all of these sorts of things, they've all been defeated. The folks in charge know exactly how it operates on a very fine psychological level. And they have more data on you, on the population, than they've ever had access to in the past. And they have the ability to manipulate thoughts better than they ever had in the past. And it's thoughts that moves the animal, thoughts that moves the person. Anyhow, all of that was sort of a long thing to say that I probably said how to talk like this with a circle of guys at a conference, and Bill probably heard. And so he never liked me. Still seems like a very jovial, nice guy. All right. Is there anything else in here? Don't let me hear anybody saying that any of this is depressing. Don't get lachrymose on me. Adults, especially men of the West, look at the lay of the land as it is. And we don't do that to say, oh, it's so bad. Like so many of these black pillar people where sometimes I throw electricity and that happens. Where they take this genetic instinct which is to have this desire, this overwhelming proclivity to hear negative information. And we talked about that the other day. Even Elon Musk mentioned it as well, that in very primitive times, living in much smaller communities, the only kind of threat to our survival were the ones that were actual threats to our survival. And so we wanted to know. We needed to know, because the ones of us that was like, psh, they got killed by the saber-tooth. They got bitten by the viper, and they didn't reproduce because of it. So we always wanted to know. But now you have content creators, you have people, not just now, I mean, it's been going on forever. There were newspapers before the internet was robust, or even before the internet, that like monthly newspapers, and they catered to that too. They were using this need to know danger in people to make money off of them. It does no good to indulge pessimism, to indulge things that make you feel depressed. Instead, you look at what's the problem. How do we fix it? That's how the man of the West thinks. That's how we have always thought. Where are we? Where are they all? I got 30-some thousand watching Salty. I got 6,000 watching Fuentes. I got however many hundreds over at this fake political party or that fake political party. So where are the men of the West that say, here's the problem, how do we defeat it? You know, Sam Dixon said at this most recent conference, and it was so apropos. And he wasn't meaning it for us, I don't think. I mean, he is smart enough to kind of like weave it in like that. But those who were there will remember that Sam Dixon said, how did he phrase it? Maybe you all can help me with this. It was something like the honorable doctor who is like average lauds the good doctor, the one that everybody that's just curing everybody. But the selfish, mean, self-centered doctor that's bad hides the successes of the good doctor, does everything he can to divert their attention from it. And that's what ends up happening here. I mean, it's like these remedies that are prescribed again and again and again. And I really shared that down in Texas. I was like, these are the same remedies that I've been listening to for 3 decades. Done. I'm just done with them. I can't keep hearing the same thing over and over again. I can't get into the shoes of a position of saying, let me tell you the same banal, useless cure to our ails, just so you can buy another book, just so you can aggrandize intelligence, just so you can aggrandize etc. It's not because I love money like everybody else, but that's not why I'm here. If I were like in the business of selling sneakers, I would probably, I'd be touting the sneakers that my company was selling. And if there was a company that was selling better sneakers, I would not be directing them to go buy the better sneakers, right? Especially if I were getting, paid out of my sales. If I was getting commission, I wouldn't push. I have too much integrity to push a lousy product on someone. So I would just quit a job if it were lousy. But if it actually helped, maybe it wasn't the apex of sneakers, but if it was actually a good shoe, I would just sell the shit out of it, right? I would just do that again and again and again to as many people that would buy it. But this is not the same. This is not the same. You've got to help people's lives. What's that story about? There's a story about balloons. A teacher had an elementary class of students write their names on balloons. Has anybody else heard this? And then had them throw them all in the hallway. And then gave the students 30 seconds to get out into the hallway and find the balloon with their name on it. And of course, none of them found the balloon with their name on it. It's a full class, 30 some kids. You got no time at all to find. There's no way they're going to find a balloon with their name on it. So the teacher changed the rules. Okay, this time when you go out the door into the hallway to get the balloon, the very first balloon you find, take that balloon to the person it belongs to. That's how happiness works. When those kids went out, they all were able to find a balloon immediately and then find the person who owned the balloon. And they all had their balloon like this. If you are pursuing your own happiness, just your own aggrandizement, just your own income, and there's nothing wrong with trying to be a success financially. That's a good thing. That's something that men do. But if you're just trying to serve your own ass, then you're going to be like those kids, never finding that balloon that'll make you happy. But if you bring that happiness to someone else, you discover that it's brought back to you. Someone finds you with your balloon. At least that's how the world is supposed to work. We have wisdom that are passed down to us, and it remains what we call wisdom because it has truth to it. And we can try it out, we can modify it, but implementing it in our life, those things that are true, those things that have survived and come down to us as wisdom, is the only sane course of action. The problem is that sanity has been lost so deeply by way of anti-whiteism. And that's why we have to work so much harder. That's why I got people who show up, and even though we've literally saved lives, I've had people just in the past couple months look me straight in the eyes and say, "You saved my life." And it wasn't, when I hear that, I know that it's not just the vessel, Jason. It's what we are doing for Western kind, for our brothers and sisters. And that makes me even more resolved to keep doing this. And then you have people who will come in and say just the absolute nastiest things. That's, where they're not just actual anti-whites pretending to be folks in the white sympathetic sphere. They're just, that's a victim, a casualty of anti-whiteism. Some of those people, some of them can't be reclaimed. Most of them can. They invest themselves, but some are just ruined. We have not only the pressure of the ideology pushing down on us, this anti-white ideology, but we also have this diminution of our genetic excellence within our people. Every group of people, every race of people has their excellence. They have their people who are their best. And we have really lost. There's been a big diminution in the excellence in our race. That's something we have to accept. That's why I say we've got to look at ourselves. That's why I say we can't go around with these crutches anymore. We can't say, oh, it's all this group or it's all that group. They're just doing it to us. You just get rid of them. And I can show you all the ways that that's not true. But even before getting to that, you have the problem of you have things that you can do in your life to improve yourself, to improve your lot, to improve our people. And instead of doing them, you're just walking around with that crutch. I wish, I would like Ye's law to be more widely used, to become something in the white sympathetic sphere that as soon as somebody starts with one of these crutches, they're just like, Ye's law, buddy. Because everybody knows it's true. Even they know it's true. They just say, oh, it's worth it. It ain't worth it. You're not accomplishing anything. Nothing for you, nothing for our people. You have a totally different objective than we have. Let me see what y'all are saying. Every now and again, it's good to just kind of sit back and talk about these things kind of unemotional, sober way, and in a real way, you know, like person to person. I'm just having a conversation with you about the way things really are. And if you want to, even if you're out there and you disagree with me and you see me talking here, I mean, you want to still believe that any of these ridiculous things that are shared, well, then something wrong with you, nothing wrong with me. All right, let's see what y'all are saying. E. Essington is here. Great to see you, brother. Victorian Time Traveler says, when I tried to talk to Sam Dixon about going free, he kept trying to steer the conversation to the Alamo because of the joke I told him to break the ice. Yeah, that's a big problem that we see in a lot. Maybe it's ubiquitous, maybe it's all of highly educated folks in the white sympathetic sphere, is that they want to get away from the discussion about remedying the problem and into something that's much more comfortable, like talking about history. And these conversations, I have heard literally thousands of just about everything, some of the most arcane pieces of history people want to talk about. Some of them are, Sam is a little different in that Sam will always have, he's brilliant, very educated. He always has just the really interesting pieces of history to share. It's not historical revisionism. It's like, whoa, I never learned that, but that's fascinating. And just the kinds of things that are removed from education now because it has to get lowest common denominator. They got to take the successes of Western kind away from us, just on and on. And there's also just a matter of time in education as well. But very often they're like, solutions, let's just talk about what happened on the island of Crete in the year of yada, yada, yada. And, you know, and it might be fascinating, but I'm not here for a history lesson. But thank you for trying. Victorian Time Traveler. Absolutely. Everybody who showed up in Texas are supernovas. And if any of them are not here right now, you should tell them when you see them next, supernovas. They were shining like beacons in the dark, total darkness of the night of this age. And they were going out. They were making it happen. Great fellowship. It was truly wonderful. Sam says here, no white guilt. I love that message. That's why I abandoned Salty. How about that? That's fantastic. So just got away from the doom documenting and the doom dissecting and then celebrating the accomplishments of Donald Trump as though they're your own, or by way of schadenfreude, celebrating something bad that happened to some Democrat or whatever it is out there. Oh, yay, we did it. What did you do exactly? Well, nothing, but they're miserable because they got a flat tire. Well, okay. Thank you, brother, for speaking up. Thank you for having the courage to speak up and say it here, because having the courage to speak up and say what's in your heart, say that, like everybody, I'm making mistakes, but then I corrected it. Saying that will enable others to see you and say, I can do it too. That Sam guy did it. I can do it too. So that's magnificent. I salute you for that. Look at, there's Anna. She's still with us. She's a big champ. We're going to have her back on in the coming weeks. Anglo-America is here. Love Anglo-America. He says, no white guilt. The black pills have some truth to them. Well, they're not like fabricated. Yeah, I agree with that. However, they almost never get resolution to the problem they bring to the surface. Well, precisely. They're not like people who profit off of negativity, off of telling you how bad things are, the doom documenting. In most cases, but not in all, I'm sure you could probably tell me a couple of content creators or writers that have fibbed. The biggest majority of time, they're true. It is bad. Here's another bad thing. And doom documenting is useful in that you get a piece of doom, something that's ugly. And, you can think about, you could go to a doom documenter's channel and be there for 5 minutes and get a piece of doom. You don't got to stay there any longer. Get it. And then you take that. Now, what do you do with the doom? The doom is no good. The doom's not good for you. The doom's not good for your friends. The doom's not good for your family. Doom's not good. How many times, I know we've all done it, had the conversation, you take doom and you take it to somebody that will talk with you about the doom, and it's always like the secret. It's got to be this person or that person, right? And you go to them and you're like, let me tell you how bad it is. And you get into this competition of who's heard the worst thing yet. And by the end of the conversation, you both feel like shit. Nothing can be done. You walk away shaking your heads thinking, God's bad. It's bad out there. So instead, you take the doom, you get like a piece of doom, and then you use it to teach someone the 5 key concepts. You use it to teach one particular, like maybe it's white erasure, Western kind, anti-white narrative, anti-whiteism, anti-white, you're going to use in the conversation. You don't say to them, I'm going to teach you a new vocabulary word. And I'm not saying Anglo-America. Anglo-America is top notch. I'm saying just generally. I'm going to teach you about a new piece of vocabulary. It's called white erasure and yada, yada, yada. No. Instead, you take the doom that is in some way effectuating white erasure, and then maybe you drop that 2, 3, 4 times in the conversation. JK160, just hitting up, doing this exact same thing. We got a fleet of people doing this. So I know a lot of the people I'm talking to is the choir, or should I say the angels from heaven with flaming swords of love come to retake our destiny. They know this. They go into these environments, content creators, etc., bigger content creator, bigger audiences than we have here, and they'll pick a concept, and they'll again and again and again and again, and then suddenly the bugle says white erasure, victory. We feed these concepts. We feed them again and again. And it's very silly for folks to say that Frankfurt School, they got together, they came up with ideas, and then turn right to me and say, ideas won't do anything. You've got to fight with weapons and fists, and you got to get somebody in office, or you got to, come on. Take a piece of doom, use it as a fulcrum, as a catalyst to introduce a concept, to introduce a meme curative to your audience. That's how we begin to change things. And that's how we are changing things. It's not even just beginning. It's demonstrable. We are swimming in successes. Could you imagine how wretched the white race will have to be if here we are on this island, on the internet and in the real world, and we're communicating on having just innumerable successes, but nobody in the white sympathetic sphere, no big entities start cleaving to it. The donors in the white sympathetic sphere are all financing political parties and they're Nazi LARPers. And it's crazy. Now, not all the donors who are funding the Nazi LARPers are weirdos from the white sympathetic sphere. There are outright anti-whites who finance destructive things like that. Always be aware that anything that looks like the villain in the anti-white narrative in the real world is always being funded. If it's big at all, if it's getting attention at all, if it's getting movement at all, there are always anti-white financiers. We find out, and it's very often we find out even their names, everything about them after the fact. I mean, obviously they're going to sit back and they're going to be like, oh, if they see idiots funding something that is harmful to Western kind, they'll be like, yes. AOC's like, yes. Yeah, I want to see more. What does AOC want to see? Does AOC want to see a couple of out of shape, slovenly dressed Nazi LARPers or fascist LARPers or whatever it is, standing out on the street corner, shouting how, blood and soil or whatever? Does she want to see that? Or does she want to have to deal with constituents who are increasingly using, and alternative reporters and things like this, using concepts that make her have to defend being the villain? What does she want to see? Well, you want to make her life easy or hard. That goes down to your objective. Do you want to end the victimization of white people, or do you want to victimize some other group of people? Because that's the big divide. And that's why the people who want to victimize other groups of people, they hate us, because they use, I'll say it again, I said it on Sunday, the excuse of caring about white people to want to victimize a non-white group. Why do they want to victimize a non-white group? Because they are composed of radical individualists who see and have concluded that their lives were ruined or made difficult or what have you because of that particular non-white group. And then you have these conglomerations of these radical individuals who have come to the same conclusion about their own lives being ruined by some non-white group, and then as an individual wants to move away the thing, wants to sweep away the thing that made their individual lives difficult, as they believe it. And there could be some truth, no truth, half truth, 3/4 truth, 10% truth, doesn't matter. You can't have a community and a group effort based in radical individuals trying to sweep away something that got in the way of their individual life. That's not how it works. You know that there are, I guarantee you, brilliant, devious psychological warfare operators who are anti-white and working for anti-whites who hear me. They hear me. They know who we are. And you know they're thinking, somebody figured it out. That group over there, they've got it figured out. It's too bad all of these others are getting the money and the attention, and they don't actually want anything good for the white race. I wonder if any of them actually, I imagine some sympathize with us. I imagine there are some that are just must shake their heads and think, my God, why is it so hard for this community? Well, I guess the white race, they probably think the white race is meant to be obliterated. Have you noticed Stu Peters always talking about the war on white people on Twitter? Maybe that could be a topic for a future video, writes Anna. That's fantastic. I didn't know that. No, I have heard about Stu Peters, I think, every now and again. But thank you for bringing him to my attention again. Maybe I should. Where is he? Is he... Where is he? Socio-politically. And there is our sweet little miss, Carlisle Cockatoo. And she says, she's talking about squirrels. She's got a little squirrel and a punching glove, boxing glove, because she has a war with the squirrels. If we could all be so lucky. She was bitten by a squirrel, and now she trains for warfare with them. Although she and I both saw squirrels in their natural environment. They were unaware that we were observing their behavior, and they were so just disoriented. They would never work together. Isn't that true? Isn't that what we saw? There was food laid out for them, and you would think they would just march in a line and take the food, but they didn't. Instead, they were chasing each other off, biting each other, and the entire time, a chipmunk was stealing all the food, running back and forth like a little crack addict, like chipmunks are. Do you live in a place where chipmunks will come and like sit right on your hand and eat out of your hand? I've seen these videos, and I'm like, what the hell? I'm just waiting for Rapunzel to try to pick one up, and then there's going to be another war on. This time it'll be with the chipmunks. Do not try to pick up a chipmunk. Although I think it might be acceptable. I saw this beautiful video of a girl's experience with a hummingbird, and she would go out back of her house, her parents' home, and she would hold a little flower, like a plastic flower thing that had the nectar inside. I feed the hummingbirds too, but we don't get many, unfortunately, here in at least this particular area. I mean, they're in Northern Virginia, but for some reason, they told me that there must be other people feeding them, and so there's just so many people feeding them that they don't congregate around the feeders as much. But anyhow, she began to build a relationship with a young male hummingbird that would come and hover and drink out of this little fake flower. And then eventually she was able to get on video that it would perch on her finger. It would just sit there and hang out with her, drink a little bit, hang out with her. And so then she went away to college, I think it was, and she was gone for an entire year. And she came home after being a year away and went out back of her parents' house and immediately this little male hummingbird flies right up to her face, just like joyful to see her. So that was a wonderful little video. So you think you can build a relationship with a wild animal like that? I don't think. I mean, the worst that could happen, I think, is it could poop on you. So that's very different than having to get shots for rabies. Can you get rabies from a hummingbird? LG is here. Great to see you, sister. Let's see who else is here. Oh, Franklin must have been talking to Rapunzel because he has people doing jerk and clean and squirrels, training for the squirrel battles. Jimmy the Italian is with us. Great to see you, brother. Rapunzel, are you still here? Is that not what we saw, that the squirrels are disorganized and at each other's throats? Sam says, I have never felt such love being directed toward me or inspiring me to direct my love toward any other community. You really do attract the best of the best. God bless you for saying that as well, brother. Big salute to you. High Speed Drifter is with us. High Speed Drifter says, Bill who? It's Bill Johnson, William Johnson. Missouri Battleflag says he's a Mormon. That's right. Nice guy, big family. Oh, it was Cool Papa J Magic, who, not Victorian time traveler, earlier when I was trying to remember who said the coping convention. Thank you, Victorian time traveler. Cool Papa J Magic, one of our new kids on the block, except much better than that wretched band all those years ago. Victorian Time Traveler says, Jason, it's rare that you might think. It's rarer than you might think for someone to have outlier high IQ and still be charismatic. Yeah, I guess it is. I guess that would be. Is that what you're saying? I'm charismatic as well? I appreciate it. Especially since so many of those other communities, they'll say the exact opposite. And it says, and so y'all know what I'm doing here. I have the live chat up on the screen. It's not scrolling for me at the moment. I'm scrolling slowly backward to see where people have tagged me or maybe spoke to me and I didn't see, or they didn't tag me. So it's less likely I'd be able to see it, but I'm kind of keeping an eye open for it. If you're making comments right now, they are way down on that list. And when I scroll back down, I'll see them. And she asks, who would you vote for between Trump and DeSantis? Easily Trump. I see Trump is, and this is not a, remember when it's coming from me, I don't believe there's going to be any significant change by way of voting. So we can get Trump in. I don't believe there'll be a significant change from his political wherewithal or what he does politically. The great boon from Trump being in office is that he inspires white people to care about Western civilization, about white people, about America. And that's something the anti-whites, that's the thing they hate more than anything else with Trump, is that he inspires that. That's the thing that they fear most about Trump, is that he inspires that. DeSantis doesn't inspire that one iota. So for me, it's not a question of, is DeSantis more establishment? Is Trump less establishment? And therefore, is DeSantis just going to toe the party line once he gets in office? Might he do more things? You know, even if, you could say this, like even if DeSantis at the end of the equation could end up doing more tangible things that indirectly benefit Western kind, Western civilization, Trump is still the better candidate. Because if we have a bunch of just political oddities or irregularities relative to the current political zeitgeist and overarching power and continuity between parties and politicians, those things are just going to get wiped away and it'll all be forgotten. They'll just get wiped away. Next election cycle, it'll be gone. Whereas Trump affords us an opportunity to excite and energize the white race and people of all good people of all immutable characteristics who care about America and who want it to remain Western. That will enable us to speak to far more people. And remember, again, another place that I was proven right was with the election of Biden, whom many others, like Richard Spencer, for example, I remember that distinctly because Spencer followers came and slandered me, said that, oh, well, if Biden gets in, then, and he wasn't even like for it even at that time, but then you'll have a greater chance of people, of there being a resistance. And if Trump gets in, people will just go back to sleep. Well, that held true. That logic held true before the state where we are in now. I mean, the condition that we're in now. I was right when I said it's too far gone for that to happen. And indeed, that's what we've seen. There's no great pushback against Biden that they thought there would be, like there had been in previous, like when Reagan got in, everybody went to sleep. You know what I'm saying? Clinton was in there, everybody was pushing. The momentum was growing. Bush got in, everybody went to sleep. Obama gets in, everybody starts pushing. So you see, that's just, it doesn't hold true anymore. That era is gone. And I called it correctly before we even started it. Vincent says there are no survivalist Cheez-It farmers in our community. Well said, brother. Well said. So true. Yeah, what was that guy's name? What was his name? Rapunzel. What was his name? I'll have to go to the bottom of the screen to see where she's answering me. Yeah, he was this great survivalist. He's got this massive audience. He's totally out of shape. Totally looks like he would survive about 15 minutes without society working. And yet he's got this big audience giving him money to talk superficially about survival and rationing. And there's no surviving civilization crashing. And in one of his conversations, we sniped him live. He was live and we went on live, and he had a Cheez-It box behind him. And that immediately reminded me of Rapunzel saying something about his Cheez-Its. And so then we went at him hard for that. And the funny thing is, he didn't say anything about us, but he made sure that Cheez-It box never appeared in the back of his stream again. I see a Bobby is here. Hello to Bobby. All right, let me jump to the bottom of the screen. Nice laid-back conversation tonight. I'll scroll up a ways, and so then we'll come down and see. Irish Nick says, the choir still needs preaching to. Amen to that, brother. I appreciate it. Yeah, we feed off each other's energy. Oh, yeah, and Victorian Time Traveler sharing what he said. Did you say that to Sam, or you thought to say it to Sam? Victorian Time Traveler said, I'm so happy to... He did say it, I think. That's how he opened it, the conversation. I'm so happy to see you alive. My history teacher told me you had been killed in the Alamo. That is funny as hell. House of Osborne says, how long you've been doing this? You speak as if you've been around, but you look young. I'm a vampire. And that's how that works. I don't drink blood, though. I consume energy from the actual ether. And the gods, they sort of send it down to me. Now, I started standing up for us in my book, Crucible, when I was 11, 12, 13 years of age, junior high school. That's where I talked about when I started asking the questions like, why are you doing this? It's going to harm white people, thinking that they were not innocent, thinking that they were innocent, finding out to my horror that they weren't. But then when I was 17, 18-ish, I started participating with different groups and started purchasing their newspapers, and they would mail them to you. Sometimes they were monthly, sometimes they were 2 a year or 4 a year. Journals. I started attending conferences. I think I was 19 when I went to my first Amrin conference. And since then, I've been to, it's uncountable. Conferences, meetings. All right, let's see. That's so funny that Victorian Time Traveler said that to Sam. I have been with Sam Dixon at places he spoke, I spoke, so many different environments, different states, all over. And it's not even like I'm calling him and saying, hey, we just end up at the same place. But that's funny. So I know him well, and that's funny for a Victorian Time Traveler to say that to him. All right, let's see. Bryce is here. Great to see you, brother. Kinfolk is here. Wonderful to see you as well. We're coming down. Victorian Time Traveler. He's keen on the squirrel threat as well. It's the squirrel question. That's what it is. It's the great squirrel. Are you naming the squirrels? Because they will bite you and cause you to have to get rabies shots. Oh my gosh, Victorian Time Traveler says, I once cut the heart out of a chipmunk before eating it. Oh my gosh, brother. Don't ever tell anybody that story again. Oh boy. There are people who they do like will like shoot a squirrel and eat it. And then people even think that that's like the only thing that's right. If you're going to kill it, then you got to eat it. And organ meat is said to be like really good for you. But that sucker must have had a really tiny heart on it. Victorian Time Travelers, rabies only affect mammals, so we don't have to worry about the hummingbird. But you all remember that video I told you all about? I didn't play it because that was at a time when they would have ended this channel in a heartbeat if I'd even played a minute of anything else. And it was a video of a bunch of people on a fishing boat. I think they were maybe off the coast of California. And this baby seal, not like super small, but juvenile seal, just climbs up on their boat and then just starts like coming on in, just like where the people are. And they ended up with a video of them sitting down with this wild seal. The father's like petting it. He kept his children away because he has sense and he's petting it. But I remember I asked everybody if there were sea rabies. That I would be terrified the thing had sea rabies. I don't know. If a wild animal climbs on my boat, I don't know. I might give it the boat. Anglo-America asking about my picture of St. George. I know I should have on St. George. I've done that before. And I've got actually a bunch of things packed. So I didn't even think about putting, you know what I could have done was I could have taken a shot of the room from back then and then had it up in the magic window. That would have been cool. St. Andrews says, put out hummingbird feeders and they will come. Just give them time to find it. I actually do. But I think there's just too much competition with feeders, honestly. And that's what the guys at the aviary store said. Oh, there. Okay. So here's Kate. She says to my question, she says, yes, sir. They are not team players, the squirrels. They were not team players. I have to say, I've never seen anybody, and I guess it takes being viciously attacked by a squirrel. I've never seen anybody watch squirrels so like tensely with such like fanatical focus. Normally people watch them gambling and they're just like, oh, look at this squirrel. Boy, they're squirrely, aren't they? Now Rapunzel. Rapunzel looks at them like it is like genuinely warfare. She is seeing a longtime rival that needs to pay deeply for its crimes. All right, what else? Scrolling down. To see if there is any other tags or if anybody. I mean, it was like a focus. Like, you know, when two boxers come together? Do they do this in Ultimate Fighting? Before the fight? Like they do with boxers? And they have them just get eye to eye and they're like leering as hard as they can. That was Rapunzel with squirrels. That's how she is. They don't have a chance. Oh, now Cool Papa J Magic says, just to settle this, Franklin came up with COPE conventions. We're going to get to the bottom of it. The great Franklin actually came up with COPE conventions. So he gets the credit, just like he gets the credit for aligning with the archetype of neck, beard, kind. Now, that was funny. I laughed good at that when I saw that. And thank you for sharing that for the LARPers. Aligning with the archetype of neck, beard, kind and COPE conventions. Franklin is witty. Franklin is like, he's like in sports or in fighting or a race car. He's like the sleeper. Like you don't know. And then all of a sudden it's just wham. You never saw it coming. Lane also points out about DeSantis. She doesn't see him mobilizing the base. Nah. And you see these people will talk about all of these frivolous and totally irrelevant things like, well, he was good on this issue, but he was bad on that issue. Like he was good on COVID for a time, but then he's bad on condemning people for, he's like he's being like obsequious to Israel or something. Why? What are you even talking about that for? All that matters is putting it into anti-whiteism. So we just measure him by how much good or ill he'll do for us in our contention with anti-whites and putting an end to our victimization. Now, if he were to say ban, make illegal, complaining about anti-whites, that would be something to talk about. But these little political moves here or there, that's for what? Consider for what? For like a greater America notion? But because what is America if it's not the people? So why even consider these things? We are well past that, at least for people who feign themselves to be knowledgeable of what's really going on and wanting to really push back. The dupes, the people who are just being led around by the nose. I mean, yeah, they'll concern themselves with that sort of thing, sure. He says there's a female version of our resident Cheez-It farmer. Her name is Patriot Nurse. Oh, Prepper. There's Rapunzel answered me. Prepper Nurse is the guy's name. He's going to make sure you survive. And the ones who are like pay the most, he lets them know where to find him at his little shanty in West Virginia, I think it is. So when civilization collapses, you'll be able to, I don't know, maybe teleport to this location, and then you'll hang out with him in the shanty until they come and kill you. So at least you'll have Prepper Nurse there to die with you. So Patriot Nurse. Maybe we should look up Patriot Nurse one of these nights and have a go at her. Anglo-America says, you're a vampire, you must be part Romanian. Oh, boy, I have, and I will state it again so that everybody can know. Boy, we got to go. It's almost midnight. But here on the East Coast, at least. But I'm genetically mostly German, English, Scandinavian. But I'm lucky enough to have all of Western Europe, Eastern Europe, Southern Europe, and Russian in my heritage. So somewhere in me, there is a Vlad. Bryce says, thanks. 07 back to you, brother. Oh, and Victorian Time Traveler says he cooked the heart before he... Was it a squirrel or a chipmunk? Now I've got it wrong. Maybe it was a squirrel. Maybe that was my fault. The SQ, the squirrel question. That's what we really have now. Rapunzel says, the SQ is the real threat. I talk about it every day. She has sent me pictures of squirrels. So she means it. She totally means it. The SQ is the real threat. She said, it's them or me. We can't both emerge victorious. That's funny. They can't work together. I mean, we watched it. I thought she was kidding. She was standing there like a boxer looking at the squirrels. And I walked up. I was like, hey, hey. Are you really staring at the squirrels like you're staring them down? De Novo is here. Hello and welcome. Maybe you've been here all along. I don't know. Does anybody else have an animal that they have like a death vendetta against? Clearly, Rapunzel has some Italian heritage because she is living proof of the vendetta. How will it end one of these days? Missouri says, I think Battleflag says, I think Jason should play a little bit of that song on the way out. Which one? Fornola's here? The great champ? If the great Fornola's here, we celebrated him at the beginning of the Sunday. 07s to the great Fornol. So much. And this is no joke. This is not hyperbole. This is not to puff the guy up or anything. So much of like the architecture is Fornol. Just know that. I mean, is indispensable. It's absolutely indispensable. You cannot save a people without a Fornol. It's de rigueur. You need Fornol. Fornola's here. What's going on, brother? Elaine says Craven nurse instead of prepper nurse. I'm going to have to check that out. Or Patriot nurse. Yeah, Patriot nurse. Is it nurse? And prepper nurse. What song? Irish Nick says these frickin' squirrels. You know what's going to happen is you're going to have, it's after midnight. After midnight, we gonna let it all hang out. I've had to use the little boys' room like 3 hours ago when we got started, like a half an hour in. I don't know what happens after a certain amount of time. But what song should we play? I don't even see where anybody's talking about. I just see Jason should play the song. Has anybody eaten alligator? Anglo-America says he would never eat a squirrel. Game meat that it is. It's gamey. I'm partially divining what your sentences must be because it's kind of blurry. So if I get it wrong, you'll know why. Oh, Victorian time traveler has taken down both squirrels and chipmunks. Neither are safe. That probably means that Rapunzel will be hiring him as a mercenary. Nancy Drew, great to see you, sister. Is Jamestown in Virginia a good historical site? Or is it mostly a tourist trap? I love early American history and thought it might be cool to see. It is a tourist trap. Anglo-America is asking. It is a tourist trap, regrettably. They have totally made it anti-white. I was there years back, and a bit of static, because I was wanting to see a tour of a home. Most of what's there is all rebuilt, but I wanted to see the tour of a home, and the tour guides from the local college, anti-white and non-white, wanted to talk about nothing but slavery, as though that's all there was with white people. That's all it was, just nothing but slavery. Elaine hates mosquitoes, or do you eat them? De Novo loves something, some kind of animal. Nancy says, what's the SQ? We've actually gone into like an overdrive, like back in the day when Jared George was here, and bizarre, deep, arcane, esoteric subjects have been hauled out of dusty, musty chests so that we can examine them and share the truth of the world. And you all can see what the real threat is, the squirrel question. Oh, Time Traveler says the meat is tender. How about that? Donning Armor is here. He said he had crocodile and it's good. Great to see you, good brother. Now, I have not had anything like that before. I know that Les Stroud, the woodsman from Canada, who's like the real woodsman. In fact, for years, that Discovery Channel was trying to push that fake called Bear Grylls. And Les Stroud was the real woodsman. He was going out there by himself with cameras and batteries, and he was the real woodsman, the real adventurer. Bear Grylls was like kind of a pretty boy, total fake. He had a camera crew with him, and then was caught sleeping in hotels and was going out to like tourist spots and acting like he was in the middle of nowhere. And then people were videotaping their kids jumping into the water at the same place, and that the highway was visible. They're still pushing Bear Grylls. Another commercial came on the TV. Another Bear Grylls, called like Surviving Bear Grylls. They just can't get enough of this guy. I don't get it. Bring me back Les Stroud. He ate on one of his trips, killed and ate a turtle or tortoise. And he had a parasite for over a year. It took the doctors to finally get rid of it. Think about that. Bernal says, I love when Jason sings after midnight. He really feels it. I do. It's like comes up through me. How many times have I, Rapunzel, how many times have I sang that song? Roger is here. Great to see you. Give us a guess, Rapunzel. How many times have I sang that after midnight? What's that other song? Where is it? Don't think I should do any more. It's late. I shouldn't do any more loud singing or anything. Spiders. Ooh, why are we talking about them? Spiders. I'm actually okay. Like, I don't have a thing with any particular animal. I don't see it, and then it caused something in me that's, I guess, born in fear. But snakes or spiders, I certainly don't stare them down. like a boxer who's been waiting for, the big match for his whole life, like Rapunzel looking at squirrels. But I'd rather just either have to remove them. I have removed bugs from the house. And of course, that's for me. It's not for them. But very often they just die. Have you ever seen where somebody, like farmers, there'll be a big spider in the house, and then for fun, they'll go like grab a chicken, and they'll just like hold the chicken up, and the chicken will be like, pow, and it's gone. A chicken will take on just about any spider, it seems. The squirrel conversation question is ongoing. Irish Nick told to Marlene, yes, it's an ongoing tale of love and tragedy and victimization. One young girl, as stupid as young girls can be, decided to feed wild squirrels. And one young squirrel, as brave and arrogant and squirrely as a young squirrel can be, decided to take the offer. It's definitely the beginning to a very bad TV drama. Rest assured, it's not the only wild animal that's attacked her, but it is the one for which she suffered most. She says, fear and unbridled rage. Cool Papa Magic is going to sleep. I hope you have dreams of us recapturing our destiny. But if you don't have one of those tonight, then at least have one of wiping out the squirrel threat. So it was the Black Sheep, White Boy. That was the song that folks wanted to hear on the way out. Was that it? Some kind of spider. Now, does Rapunzel care about spiders? I think so. Did Rapunzel answer me? Anglo-America, is there a historical place that isn't a tourist trap? I encountered the same problem when I visited the Boston Harbor, Boston Tea Party ships and museum. The tea was nice, though. Oh, I bet it was. I haven't even been up there. I really should go up there. I gotta move. You guys will know why I gotta move a little bit there. Is there one? Unfortunately, no. Everywhere is so anti-white. I mean, when you say like the biggest ball of twine somewhere out in the Midwest, that's probably not going to be terribly anti-white. They probably will just tell you the tale. But everything history-based is going to be totally corrupted. Unfortunately. Franklin says that Jared George hasn't posted any new music since he left. Is that right? Oh my gosh. We should have, says Traveler, people who are willing to show people in this community around the area if they come by. Yeah, that'd be cool. Irish Nick said, Jason saying out loud, quote, asks what's the SQ, close quote, made me laugh harder than it should have. Oh, that's so funny. The deep squirrel question. This is what will happen with when you have ladies like Rapunzel in your proximity, and suddenly the inconsequential and totally irrelevant becomes like a reason for life and death struggle. Stories of beginning and ends. Has anybody, I dare to ask, time traveler, eaten raccoon or possum? Raccoon seems like maybe too smart to eat, but of course you eat it if you're hungry, I would imagine. That I found out that possum, as ugly as they are, they eat fleas. So if you have, like, if they're the flea population, if there weren't these kind of ugly animals, would be out of control. I don't know what else they might eat, but I was very impressed by that. Okay. Rapunzel said, you have sung it at least a few times a week for several months now. At least. That's how I get so much into it. For no. I'm just like, after midnight, we gonna let it all hang out. And then when it gets to like 1, what do I do? After 1 a.m. Marlene says, my favorite place is Mount Vernon. Yes, it's lovely. Haven't been in over 8 years. Hope I can go again. Ignore the anti-white propaganda, which likely will be even more prominent. That's the thing, folks. Every time you go back to one of these places, there's more anti-whiteism. More anti-whiteism. So you have to ask yourself, what have we been doing over the interim? Why is it getting worse each time I come here? I got it. I'm not going to do any of that other stuff anymore because it's not working. That's what everyone should be thinking. Everyone. Could you imagine showing up there and you're like, I know what we need. More broken-legged goose marching. Yes, okay. St. Andrew pointing out here, possums eat ticks, and they very rarely carry rabies. So you see, Rapunzel, if you had only been feeding possums and had been bitten, you would not have needed rabies shots. You have to choose those animals that you decide to think are cute and feed a little bit more carefully. But see, now the chipmunks have been drawn into the equation. The deer, all working for squirrels in Rapunzel's head, but it's happening. Who else is working for them? Irish Nick says he has cats. Do they get along with possum? Well, probably, because a possum will just like, it'll hiss really loud and then fall over and won't move. That's their whole thing. So probably too big for a cat to try to take. But so I imagine the cat might be able to be friendly. When I went to Springfield, says Anglo-America, back in 2017 roughly, I did not notice too much anti-whiteism there at a historical site. However, I might notice more MPs there with my new set of eyes. That's it. I was going to say, you took it right out of my mouth. The more you know about anti-whiteism, the more you see. It's been such an amazing journey for me when I meet people and I begin to teach them about the Go Free method. They begin learning. And in the beginning, those first conversations, they're like, well, you know, I see, yeah, there's a lot of anti-white stuff in it, but there was far less when I was this age, or I was at this point in my life. And then a couple months later, as they're learning more about the Go Free method, they come back and they say, holy God, when I was in elementary school, when I was a kid, everything was anti-white. I went back and I looked at this movie I watched when I was a kid and I thought there was nothing there. And now I went back and it's from start to finish anti-white. It's amazing. It's the joke I told about the two salmon swimming upstream. You don't know it. You don't see the anti-whiteism because it's everywhere. And we view things, our minds, we view them in the block of time where we recorded it and the tools with which we recorded it. That's why, like, does that make sense? That's why the you of like your 50s viewing, even we're not talking about like the go free method, the you of your 40s or your 30s, if given the exact same scenario, the exact same everything, would perceive things differently, because the means by which you're taking them in, both physically and the interpretive models that you use to perceive those things, are different at the different stages in your life. However, when you're 50 and you look back at your perceptions of 30, you still see them as you recorded those perceptions. You don't see it with the greater wisdom or the new eyes unless you're specifically making a study out of it. Now, you can glean lessons from places that around that time you suspected something wasn't quite as smart of a decision or an interpretation. And you can look back on something that you thought was good, and this is another failing of the human mind. You can look back on something that you thought was a good decision, say in your 30s, 20s, and the next decade you thought it was still a good decision. The next decade, now finally you're here and you think, oh boy, back then that looked really good. But now, looking over the results of all these decades, it wasn't so good. If in the subsequent decade you continue to think about it being not so good, you will overlay that original recording with the new interpretation. There's so much misunderstanding about the human mind and brain and recording information. And there are these ideas that are totally erroneous, but they survive as colloquialisms about thinking, cogitation, about memory, and etc. And we would all, I guarantee you, we would have been moved through all this already. We would have figured it all out if it weren't for anti-whiteism. We wouldn't be still dealing with this, with these erroneous notions. St. Andrew says, deer is delicious too. I got a pretty funny story about deer. Maybe I should, and eating it, that I potentially should share. Rapunzel is assuring me that the deer connection to the squirrels is real. Can you tell us more about the connection? She said she was sideswiped on the road by a deer, a clear assassination attempt. Well, that's true. And I think we actually, did we conclude that there was indeed a squirrel riding on the back of that deer? That makes it definitive. Totally definitive. All right. I should get out of here. It's late. Do we have any songs about it being late that I could sing? I don't know. I can't think of any. Time Traveler says, the deer only do anything because the squirrels threaten their family. It's so true. You should actually talk to the ant-nat types, the antags, the crutchers, the crutch cult. If they show up and they want to talk about JQ, you should say, the real issue is the SQ. Why aren't you people naming the squirrels? I was in university and I was playing football, and there was a local girls who had not the best reputations, would try to entice the young men on the football team for various reasons. And there was a young woman from the community, a local. She didn't go to school there. St. Andrew says, isn't there a drinking song about it's getting late? I don't know. I've not heard it. Janice is here. Hello, sister. What is this? Rapunzel is saying the nerve of them to what collude? What do they think? They are members of Congress? It was hard to tell given the darkness, but highly suspected that indeed there was a squirrel with his little hands holding the fur. And he's just like, probably just like really like on a jockey on a racehorse, like throwing the neck of that deer. Giddy up. Riding it into the side of her car. And then she's got to call and tell me these things. It's like always the gravest conversation. A squirrel? What did a squirrel do, Kate? Hired an assassin deer? Oh. What happened? He rammed my car? Are you okay? Not for the squirrels, I am. That's funny. Invisible Dissident is here. Great to see you. Janice says, it's too late, baby. Now. It's too late now? I'm afraid I don't know that one. Guess I could look it up. Roger says, don't blame the deal. She was out spotlighting. Well, that actually fits into my story. You see, this local girl, she's my age. And she was not a beauty pageant winner. But she was really adamant. And she started showing up here and there. And I had to, when I would go from practice or going to practice, coming from practice, and she's just showing up, but she drive up like stalking style. And so I would say hello, and she'd pull right up, pull right up, and have the window down. And she would say, come over to my house. And I would say, no, thank you. I'm going to go eat, or I'm going to go study, or I'm going to go kill myself. And so this was like ongoing. And then she started like making like brownies and cookies. And she'd come up and she would be like, hey, come over to my house. And I would say, nah. No, thank you. And well, then take these cookies. And I was like, well, okay. And then I would have cookies. And so I started to feel pretty bad. She was, if she had been a really like a pristine, even if she, didn't look all that great, if she had been like a pristine character, then I definitely would have been much more like friendly and accommodating, and at least been like friends. I wouldn't have been trying to like dodge her, and hide from my life, run and hide behind trash cans and whatever. But she had kind of a reputation, and that she was like looking for loving, and she wanted the I guess the most loving she could find. And so she was really, really forward. And anyhow, so one day I was walking across a parking lot across campus, and sure enough, her car just like materialized out of thin air. And she drives up, come to my house. So I was like, I can't, I'm going to go do thus and such. And she said, oh, just come on. It'll be fine. We'll have, I have this great meal cooked up. And she was telling me about it. And it actually started to sound pretty good, like a lot better than what the slop that I was going to be eating at the cafeteria. And geez, we're at 4 hours. And so I was like, all right, maybe I'll go have a meal. And so I climbed in her car against my better judgment. And this was so sad. I felt like my brain, my memories were going back to like my childhood, being told like, don't get in the stranger's car. No matter how much candy he offers, don't get in the stranger's car. And like, as I actually sat down in the car and shut the door, it felt like, all right, this is how it ends for me. This is like the last interior of a car I ever see. This is how it ends somehow. I don't know how she's going to do it, but that's going to be it. So we drive off. And I was like, at first I was just like, the whole time too, it was really sad because I was like, I can run from here. Okay, I can run from here. Like the further and further we got away. I was like, Rogers' Fatal Attraction. So true. So it was just like, I can run from here. And then finally we get to this house. And then I was like, this would be a long run for me. I might have to like bang on a neighbor's door, beg for help. And if she's like chasing me down. And let me tell you, there might be other parts to these stories that I might be willing to share at some point. For those who are lucky enough to stick around, nobody's going to watch 4 hours of this, but the lucky ones. And it's crazy. But anyhow, so we get to this house, this little humble house. And of course she doesn't own it. Like, you know, she's like my age. And so we're walking up into the house. And I was like, this looks kind of like Mississippi Burning. It's kind of scary. It's not like filthy. It's not totally dirty, but it's not super well kept. Like certainly like lower end of the economic spectrum. And the family clearly is, you know, like blue collar, and there were kills. And I thought that was kind of strange because like outside of the homes that I normally went to, there weren't kills. So this was different. This was like a new thing for me. I was broadening, you know, you go to university, you want to broaden your vision, your perspective of the world. And so we walk up and we go to the house, and I'm thinking there's going to be a dad and there's going to be a mom. And of course there isn't. She said, I asked too, and this made me very nervous. I was like, well, who's the hunter? And she said, well, my dad and my brothers. And I was like, oh, great. Well, let's hope they're not like in cahoots. And they're like, finally, we got one that'll take her away from us. But so we walk inside. I'm like, where's everybody? And she says, oh, they're not here. Isn't that convenient? Are they buried in the basement? Like, where's the family? Why is everybody gone on the day you pick me up for dinner at your house? So anyhow, we go inside, and it's this beautiful meal. Well, not beautiful. It was delicious. It didn't look good, but it was delicious. I was chowing down. It tasted really good. And then that's when she said, do you like deer? And I stopped chewing for a moment, and I said, with a mouth half full, I assume I'm eating it. And she's like, yeah. So the problem with that was the deer, the rest of it was still hanging outside the house. So I didn't die. And I finished my food, and somehow I got out of there with my purity intact. And I lived to fight and eat again another day. That is the tale. And there are some other stories from there that you all would probably find very amusing. Even more amusing than that. Hey, yeah. Misty. Hello, sister. How are you doing? Roger said shotgun wedding. And I'm not shitting you. I actually thought that this is how, like, not like the genuine shotgun wedding where the guy, excuse me, impregnated a girl and then the family made him marry her or just encouraged him with the double barrel shotgun. I was thinking, what if this is like to get it started? Like they walk in with the shotgun. They're going to like, you're going to marry her. You're going to marry her. I'm just eating this hamburger helper looking meal. What do you mean? All right. Is Victorian Time Traveler leaving? They were just cooling the meat by hanging it outside. Okay. I had no idea. She's like, it's outside. And on my plate? St. Andrew says, show me the way to go home. Night Stalker? Oh, Nancy Drew. Why are squirrels good scientists? They live and work in the field. All right. That's about it, folks. I'll have to learn a song about the night. Night Stalker. That's going to bring up something else. Oh, no, I brought up a murderer. That's not a song. Irish Nick says, this story is an instant classic. Her stalking did not end at that point. But that's okay. Good night, Nancy Drew. You all. Oh, here we have over on Cash App. Glad I checked. $2 financial gift. Thank you very much. Western Kind United says, for white well-being, the truth is not always appreciated. 07. Amen. 07 to you, brother. Thank you for that. All right. We didn't miss anything else. Have the me-nots come to me-not? We have somebody over there saying Trump is Zog controlled. I don't care. I really don't care. I explained why he is preferable, and it has nothing to do with that or what he ends up doing politically. I specifically said that. If I can ask you this question, if Trump got into office and somehow could ban all victimization of white people, there'd be no more anti-whiteism. But he was still going to support some country. He was still going to go kiss some ass somewhere in the Middle East. Would you say no to him? All victimization, anti-whiteism done. And if you're of the mind that you would oppose him still, then your objective is in the wrong place. You need to put the end of our victimization as your objective, and just everything else can fall to the wayside. Yeah. It doesn't matter. It's all about what he does for white people, what he engenders in white people. Not what he's going to do for white people, but what he engenders in white people. That's what it's all about. So all these other considerations are superfluous and wrong-headed. So we will go out on a Black Sheep, White Boy. It's been a wonderful roll-in, and probably won't be back during the week. Make sure that on Sunday you're here, because it's going to be a big celebration, because it is the album for Imminent Rain is going to be released, and song number 9. But for now, we have RC and a Black Sheep, White Boy. Roll out.
I never hate my race, but until recently I didn't know history class was jacked completely. Found my new family with the team going free. My old family doesn't understand me, cause I am so pro-white. No coke, no Sprite. I am rolling with the public, gonna be more white. I saw them twist history right before my very eyes. Insurrection Day, it's in the book and it's all lies. But now I am alive and well to tell it. But will generations down the line be able to sell it? I've always been a thinker on the search for both sides, but they label me an outcast and they cannot tell me why. Guess I'm just a black sheep, white boy, who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. Why does affirmative action make them not hire me? Even in the countries where I'm the minority. Is my race just that awesome and no other could compete? Is that what the anti-whites are trying to tell me? Why am I always seen as such a threat? To the point they want to strip me down till there's nothing left. Old friends from high school, man, I haven't kept one. But I got a new crew and it's where I belong. Cause if you ain't going free, you ain't rolling with me. And there are even anti-whites in my own family. But I am the one who's comfortable with myself. I try to save them from the hate so wildly raising hell. Cause I'm the black sheep, white boy, who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. I heard that Scotland is too white, is Nigeria too black? Don't get your panties in a bunch, cause I have the right to ask. See, I'm the black sheep, cause I call it hypocrisy. And the media will give you emotions, but they will not give you honesty. Yeah, you have your feelings, but I have the crime rate. And I'ma shoot to kill if there's a danger my way. So I do not blame the cops, just the ones who are cowards, who hesitate to pull the trigger unless it is one of ours. Cause he's a black sheep, white boy, who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color